Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Okay, folks, we will get started in just a couple of minutes if you want to grab a seat. Ooh, spooky. Wow. Glasgow, ironically, is way more diligent at taking a seat when I ask just once compared to Edinburgh. Should be the other way around, shouldn't it? Glasgow's meant to be the rebellious one, and Edinburgh's supposed to be the boring, obedient one. Folks, thank you so much for coming along. Great to see everyone again. I was working out, I've actually lost count now already. I was working out, although they've changed names a couple of times over the years, this is now the 15th. Oh, I think I've lost microphone. Yep. This is now the 15th Games Talks Live event and the 5th one we've done in Glasgow. How cool is that? Yay. If you've not been along to, actually, so we've done 5. How many people have been along to the 3, 4, or 5 of them? There must be a few repeat regulars here. No? Oh, come on, you're lying. Yeah, there's definitely a few hands at the back. Yeah, quite right. We've started earlier because we've got so many cool publishers up, so that I know not everyone can knock off. Although this is work, this is not knocking off. Does still count as work. There will still be folk coming in throughout the rest of the afternoon. But for the majority, it seems, that have not been to one of these before or only been to one or two, the point of these is to provide a bunch of interesting and hopefully educational talks. It's to get us together as an industry, because not that long ago there really was nothing to get us together in Scotland. We would all meet each other at far-flung conferences, which was just insane. But what I only realized after doing this a few times was that by getting us together as the Scottish games industry, it's actually really appealing for people outside of Scotland to come up and meet us all in one place. And that's why we've got all these brilliant publishers that have come up to meet everyone today and have been touring around. We've got the Games Talks Live tour bus that's been going around Dundee, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. But they've come up to meet everyone. So they should have VIP lanyards. If you haven't seen someone speak, but you see they've got a VIP lanyard, do just go up and chat to them, because they're here. Their purpose is to come and speak to everyone here, whether you run a studio, whether you're hoping to run a studio, whether you're still to graduate, whether you might do something one day, or you're just curious. It doesn't matter. They're just here to speak to everyone. So do just grab people. The format is basically, we'll do 3 talks at a time, just 10 minutes each. And then we'll do a half-hour break to give everyone a chance to speak to the speakers, and basically just repeat that throughout the day. So it's slightly overwhelming in terms of the numbers of talks, but they're all fantastic. And we need plenty of breaks, because that's where the real interaction and the real business happens. So make use of them. We're also live streaming this. Hello, folk watching online. As usual, the Discord is running. So although we can't really don't really have the facilities to interact with everyone watching remotely in terms of taking questions, you can chat to other people that are watching online if you go onto the Discord. So if you punch in a browser, discord.gamestalks.live, that's discord.gamestalks.live, that will take you to the Games Talks Live Discord, and you can at least chat to the other people that are watching at the same time. We've had a couple of changes to the schedule. Monday morning saw me get about 3 emails about COVID cancellations. Stuart from the BFI was supposed to be in Edinburgh and Dundee, but had about 3 flights cancelled. But it's okay, because we've got his boss Anna here today, so that's even better. And our regular sound engineer Ethan also caught COVID last week, so thanks to Mark that's on the sound desk at the back for stepping in at short notice. When I first started doing these, I was kind of just doing them off my own back. For those of you that did come to 5 iterations ago, there was nothing. There was no lanyards. There was no, I couldn't pay speakers' expenses, anything like this. Luckily, they've grown, and we've got a bit of support. I'm not sure whether I could have managed to still be doing it if it wasn't for the support of the various organisations that have got behind it. So thank you very much to Creative Scotland, InGame, Excelbyte, Blazing Griffin, Firestoke, Pocket Sized Hands, Glitchers, Ninja Kiwi, Escape Technology, Hyperluminal Games, Sheridan's, Johnston Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. These sponsors have also provided what's basically paint for the drinks tab for the drinks token, so please give them a big round of applause. We have been running a raffle for Special Effect this week. We'll hear from Nick that's come up from Special Effect. We did the raffle last night. Apologies if you didn't get a chance. We did try and email everyone that had registered up until yesterday, I think, so that you could get a chance to buy tickets. I saw some Glasgow people. I think Daniel, I'm not sure if he's here yet. I saw him win something last night. So congratulations if you won something, commiserations if you didn't. If you do still want to donate, the page is still open, but the raffle has been done, so there's no prizes to be won. But if after hearing Nick speak about the wonderful work that Special Effect do, you do want to donate, the link is at the bottom, raffle.gamestalks.live. We'll bring that up in the break, but there is no raffle, I'm afraid. You're just donating, but anything you can donate would be amazing. I also want to thank the folks that have helped check us in on the door, Sean, Ruben, and Olivia. Thank you very much to them. And you will see Sarah running around taking some photographs and some pictures. If anyone doesn't want to appear in the little montage video, let her know. Otherwise, we'll put together just a 1 minute, 2 minute montage video just to help promote the next set of events. So let's just crack on. Please give each of our speakers a warm welcome as they come up, and give them a bit of respect by trying not to talk during the presentations. There's plenty of time of that in the breaks. So to kick things off, she's come up from London. She's toured around Scotland. She's had a nightmare with flights not being able to land and flying around in circles, but I'm delighted to have Anna Mansi from the BFI. That.
Thanks, Colin. Hi, everyone. So my name's Anna Mansi. I head up the certification unit at the British Film Institute, and we are responsible for certifying video games, television productions, and animation and film to be British to access the video games tax relief. There wasn't a lot of hands that have been before, so can you put your hands up if you've heard about the video games tax relief before? Okay, that's good. Well, Gary, you have because you apply for it. So what I want to do is explain, just give you a very brief overview of how it works and why we have it and why it's important, especially if you're a developer, you're new to it. It's basically the government gives money to games developers, film producers, TV producers to make their games in the UK, and it's an incentive. So it gives money back. But I'm going to start with giving you an overview of the misconceptions about the video games tax relief. It was introduced in 2014, and at the time there was a lot of, I've got to qualify as British under the cultural test, and I have to put a phone box in my game or a Union Jack, otherwise it's not British. You don't need to do that. You can make your games where you can set your games wherever you like. They can be puzzle games, they can be set on another planet, and if you're a games developer based in the UK, you will, you're probably definitely going to qualify. And we're very much there to help you through the process as well. Stuart, who unfortunately didn't make it on Monday, he's one of the analysts in the team, and we're always available to be emailed or phone call and talk through your project before you actually fill an application in. So do get in touch with us if you want some advice on it. It's, as I was just saying, puzzle games can qualify as well. It's not only narrative games. I know there have been funds in the past, like the old Creative Europe games funding when we used to be part of Europe, that only gave money for narrative games, but the video games tax relief is for any type of game. It's not limited to platforms, so mobile, PlayStation, Xbox, whatever platform. And even we're seeing more and more things now where it's immersive, as long as there's some interactivity or engagement, and it might be it's in a venue or something like that. As long as we are satisfied you can call it a game, that would qualify as well. It's not only for large budget games, it's for any budget games. This first game application we received back in 2014 was for an £8,000 game. And we're not restricted. I know some European territories have budget limits of 100,000 euros, etc., but ours isn't. So any size of game. So especially if you're a small developer starting out, it's definitely worth looking into. You don't need an accountant to do your application. You can contact us directly, and if you're a small developer, I'd definitely encourage you to do that. And Gary, who I said I'd pick on from Pocket Size Hand, he's just been going through another application with Stuart from the team. And I think, you may need an accountant if you have to verify points in section C and D of the cultural test. But if you don't need to do that, do the cultural test yourself. It's not. It might seem overwhelming with the form, but we're there to talk you through it. And we try and encourage you only to apply for the points you need to. You don't have to have a publisher. Sometimes if you're getting into a contract with a publisher, they may want to become the video games development company to apply for the tax relief. That's a negotiation you have to have with them and speak to lawyers about, because you need to it's not about who owns the IP. So if they own the IP, if you've done a deal with them, you can still apply for the tax relief, but you just have to have those conversations and negotiations. I forgot how quickly I have to talk with these things. So what's the point of applying? I mean, essentially you can get 25% of your core expenditure back. So if your budget is 100,000, the cap is you're allowed to claim on 80% of that, as long as that is expenditure in the UK or EEA. So the games tax relief one is the only one that you can get EEA spend as well. And it's at a rate of 25%. So 25% of 80 on a £100,000 budget, you get up to 20,000 back, which is a sort of a nice chunk of money. Can help. You can get it during development as well. So as long as you've incurred expenditure, you can then claim on what you spent. If you've done 6 months worth of development and you then want to claim back on what you've spent so far to go into the next 6 months, you can do that as long as you've got your cultural test certificate from us. You can include VGTR in finance plans. There are some lenders out there that loan against it, but they won't loan against the total amount. So the qualifying criteria, the most important thing, it's not about how many points you get in culture test. You do need to pass the cultural test, but as I said, we can talk you through that. It's making sure you have a video games development company set up with Companies House, and it has to be set up before development begins. And it has to remain responsible for making the game from the start of development through to completion. If you've done some prototyping and then you set up the game's development company, that's fine, but you have to set up the company before development begins. The reason I stress this more than anything is because HMRC will not pay out unless the company is responsible, because the money is paid to the company. You have to spend at least 25% of the expenditure in the UK or EEA. The game has to be intended for supply. It can be free to play, but it has to be intended for supply to the public. And then you have to qualify as British with cultural test, which is the first part of the process, and that's where you come and speak to us and we'll talk you through it. And it has to be a game. We put this on our slides because when HMRC introduced the video games tax relief, they said there's no definition for a video game, which has proved a bit difficult in the last few years because everything is moving on so quickly, but it's what you traditionally understand to be a video game. Okay. So the cultural test, it's a 31-point test. You only need 16 points out of a possible 31. So effectively you can pass in the cultural content section alone. So cultural content includes where the game is set, any characters, whether it's a British or European story, and whether the dialogue or any instructions, if there's no dialogue or in the English language. With the cultural, where it's set and the characters and story, that's UK or European. If it's a puzzle game or if it's a racing game, obviously you may not have characters, but you might have 10 different cars from different nationalities or 10 different football teams, and then we'll do it on parity instead of characters. We'll say there's 10 countries, we'll divide it up and do it on a fair and reasonable basis. The setting as well includes what we call undetermined. So if you set your game in space, then you can also get points for it being set in space, or if you have characters from space. Even if you aren't able to get the setting or character points, you can still get underlying material as long as you have come up with the concept and you're a European or British citizen or resident. Cultural contribution is where you can gain points up to 4 for British heritage, either in what you're seeing in screen or what you're developing in terms of your game. British creativity, so you're doing something new that's not been seen before, or diversity, and that's not limited to being British, and that's either on-screen diversity in terms of your characters, anyone from an underrepresented group, or in terms of your team as well. Section C is cultural hubs, so where you're doing the work. Essentially, you only need 50% of one activity to be done in the UK to achieve the points. And then cultural practitioners, there's 8 categories. I'm going to skip through these because otherwise Colin's going to shout at me. So I've just gone through a very vast run through of this, but you can, I'm happy for Colin to share these slides, and I've got a couple of our leaflets with us as well if you want a bit more detail, and I'll be around to chat. So in cultural practitioners, I want to go into a bit of detail about this because it's 8 categories. You get a point for each category, and that person has to be again, European or British citizen or resident. But even if you are doubling up in those roles, you get a point for every category that applies to you. So if you only have a team of 3, but you're covering all of those roles, then you get the points as they apply to or as just one person. So it's quite accessible and wide. And if you're not sure, that again, I stress this again and again, do come and talk to us. We're always available. If you need to apply for points in this in section C or D, when you come to final certification, you may need to get an accountant's report. And there's lots of accountants out there. We're not allowed to give a recommendation. Some of them are more expensive, the ones that have been around doing film for years, but there are local ones that that know how the tax reliefs work, and they won't try and overcharge you. So it's an online application form. I have to confess, it says 4 to 6 weeks turnaround time. Since COVID and we had to do furloughing, our times are stretched beyond that now. But if you need the certificate urgently, then do get in touch with us and we'll prioritise it. We just like people to know it could take a couple of months because we've just got so much work coming in. You can apply for an interim certificate at any time during development. If you want to make claims during the development process, I'd encourage you to do it at the early stage. If you don't want to do it, you just want to wait till you completed and then claim, you can just go for a final certificate, but you do have to do a final if you've done an interim. You can also claim for abandoned games. So if you're doing 2 or 3 projects, you start doing one and then you get halfway through, decide you're not going to go ahead with it because you're going to concentrate on a different game. That's fine. You can claim for the abandoned game up until the point of abandonment. You just go for an interim certificate. There's guidance notes the guidance notes are like 30 pages long. So if you get a bit overwhelmed with them, again, just get in touch and we'll talk through. We ask for supporting documents, things like budgets and schedules. We have templates on our website if you don't have standardized documents. Copy of a game design document, visuals. It might be a little clip so we can see what points you're claiming. A lot of this language has come from the film tax reliefs and cultural tests and TV that we had in before this. We know that this is video games development. We will, give us what you have. It's not about you have to have exactly what these documents are. And lastly, I'm within 2 minutes. We ask for an accountant's report if you need to claim points in section C and D at final, and you need to send a hard copy of the application form with a statutory declaration. You do the application form online and attach the documents, but then you send it in. It has to be witnessed under oath because this is all in legislation. This is the boring legally stuff, but it's in legislation, so we need it verified. And that's it. I don't think we're doing Q&A, are we? Look, I've done it under 10 minutes. I think that's the first time I've ever done it under 10 minutes. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks. Yeah, Anna's limited in what she can say, but basically she's handed out millions and millions and millions of pounds to the UK games industry. So please make sure you speak to her. And it's not that difficult to abide by the different HMRC rules. So Anna and her team will keep you in the right direction. She also mentioned she's not allowed to recommend accountants. I'm not recommending anyone, but I think most Scottish games companies probably use either Henderson Logie, Johnston Carmichael, or Plus Accounting. None of those would be bad bets.
Yeah, I can't recommend specific. I can remember the names of the ones that I do know up here, and I would say they are pretty good.
But at your own risk. We take no responsibility. Okay, moving on. I'm really excited to have this next company because I've been badgering the guy I know there for years to try and come up, and they've always been too busy. But they're this massive, famous Japanese originally cool company that have done a bunch of games that everyone's a huge fan of. So I was delighted when they not only said they were going to come up, but they were going to send 3 of their producers. So next up, we have Square Enix Collective, which is really cool. So please give a warm welcome to Katie Mack, their assistant producer. Come on.
Hello, no pressure. Okay, hi, my name's Katie. Obviously, I'm part of the Square Enix collective. We're super excited to be here today, and hopefully we can explain sort of a little bit about what we do. But some of you may be wondering who we are, exactly what we do, so I'll sort of just go over that very quickly, first of all. So we're the Square Enix Collective. We are a very small team of 6 people that comprise of our director. We have a senior marketing manager, a social media manager, and 3 producers, 2 of which are currently here. It's myself and Tom, who's just sat at the front there. So what we like to do is we work with a lot of indie devs in order to publish and bring their game to market. We have AAA resources from Square Enix that we can harness in order to bring it to the widest amount of people and support them as best as we can. We liaise with devs all over the world. We're in a very privileged position where we can work with lots and lots of different people from different time zones. And what we mainly aim to do is aid and develop future talent. It's something that we're super passionate about. We really want people to sort of make the games that they want to make. So that's sort of our main aims in terms of publishing. So these are some of our previous titles. They're previous, present, and potentially future. I can't really get into the future ones because they'll be breaking in the air and I'll get shouted at, so we'll ignore that. But maybe you notice a couple that you know on there that you are sort of excited about. So when we get invited to these events, a lot of the time we get asked to talk about sort of what we want to see when people pitch to us and how exactly people should pitch their game to us. We sort of find that there are so many resources out there nowadays that are so useful and helpful in order for you to sort of make your own pitch deck and sort of stand out from the crowd. So I don't really feel like we can add anything new to that. We'd just be sort of rinsing and repeating the same sort of thing. So instead, what we thought would be super useful is to sort of chat about the kind of things that you need to think about after you've been greenlit by a publisher. So a publisher has come up to you and said, we really like your game, and you really like the publisher, and you've come to that agreement where you're like, yes, we're going to publish your game. Amazing. You're just going to give us the money. We'll sign a contract and then we get to make the game. Yes? No. No. First of all, we need a load of stuff from you. And I'm just going to go over that, sort of some of the things that we might need. So what we may need from you in terms of, in order for you to be able to sign the contract. This is a lot. It's all boring, so I'm sorry, but I thought it'd be useful to go over it. So first of all, due diligence. Due diligence is sort of a really big umbrella term for a lot of boring stuff. But some of the things that might be included under the due diligence title is sort of like an organizational chart, a resource plan. Where are your resources going? How are you allocating your funds to those resources? Who are you hiring? A development roadmap and a development schedule. They're 2 different things, and we will need to know that. Your finance plan, where your finance is going. These are all sort of things that we need to know before you can sign the contract, and it's sort of due diligence that the publisher needs to do before they're able to give you that contract. Risk assessment. That's really important. It's very important to do to mitigate risk on our end, and it's something that just has to be done and filled out. Now, one of the most important ones that a lot of people sort of forget about are third-party assets, plugins, and software licenses. Now, nowadays, there are so many amazing third-party assets and plugins that you can use to make your game incredible, make things like a lot easier for you to develop. However, a lot of people don't look specifically into the terms and agreements of those plugins and assets. If you're using a certain plugin and you want to bring that to, you want to publish your game with that plugin, have you looked into the details of what you're allowed to do with that plugin? Are you allowed to just use it for free and then publish a game using it? Do they have any sort of terms that you need to abide by? This is something that you really need to look into before developing your game further to make sure that you don't run into any issues later or potentially get sued, which is an amazing segue into legal. Get yourself a lawyer. They are very important. Now, you'd hope that your publisher has a lawyer that they would be able to advise you with, but it is always useful to have someone in your corner who is going to fight for you. Get someone who is always going to be on your side. They can look over contracts. They can help set you up as a company. They can help sort your bank accounts. There are so many things that a lawyer in your corner can do for you, and they will help with everything. So very important to have if you can. And then finally, milestone definitions. Have you defined what milestones you want to do? Have you defined exactly how you're going to be splitting up the project with the publisher beforehand? And is that achievable for you? If it's not, you need to go and chat to your publisher and work out exactly how you want to plan things out. And finally, and most importantly, maybe cash flow. Are you going to have enough money to eat and enough money for your team to eat and live throughout the entirety of the development? If you don't, there's an issue and you need to sort that out. So these are just some things, and obviously this varies from publisher to publisher, but these are some things that you sort of need to think about and things that will come up when signing a contract. So once you've got that done, you've signed your contract, you're ready to make your game, yes? Nuh-uh. There's so much more that you need to think about. So you've signed the contract, everything's amazing, everything's great, and now you can develop your game, but you also have to think about all of these unfortunately boring points while you're also making a game. And someone needs to do this. It's not fun, but someone needs to set a time aside to do this. So first of all, timekeeping for admin tasks. There's going to be a lot of admin, and you're going to have to pick one unfortunate soul on your team, or maybe multiple, to do these admin tasks. You need to make sure that there's time to discuss delivery plans, project updates. You need to set expectations with your publisher. Is something going wrong in your project? Tell your publisher, but you need to make sure that there's time to do that and time to sort of talk about how to mitigate those issues. Milestone preparation and delivery. Milestones are a huge thing, and they make sure that you get paid. So you need to make sure that you deliver them on time and prepare all of the documentation that is required for those milestones. Who's doing that? Is there a process in place for you to do that? And just how are you getting all your stuff to your publisher? It's something that takes time and will require planning in advance. Updating live documents. This is a boring one. Live documents. Nobody wants to do live documents, but someone has to do it. And they're so, so important to keep up to date, because if you get behind on these, it's going to be horrible for you later on, because some unfortunate soul is going to come along and have no idea what's going on. And so to mitigate that, you just need to keep updating them, like your GDD and stuff like that. So keep updating your live documents. It takes time. QA and build delivery process. You're going to have to send builds to QA, and you're going to have to send builds to your publisher to review as well. Is there a process in place for that? Who's going to do it again? And do you have time to do that along with all the different milestones that you're going to have to hit? Another one is your communication pipeline. How are you communicating with people? What kind of platforms are in place, and what sort of processes are in place for you to communicate with your publisher, with your QA, with your different separate teams? Are you all on the same page at the same time? You need really clear communication in order to do this. Another big one, which also requires a lot of communication, is localization. Is your game getting localized? And there's a lot of back and forth with localization. You might have specific ways that you want things translated or things to come across within localization. It's very important to have a conversation with the team that's localizing it, if it's internal or external. Even more legal stuff. The lawyers come back. They never leave. They're always lurking in the shadows. You're always going to have to set aside time to talk to a lawyer, to sort of talk through legal things. I don't know. You won't know until it hits you, but you need to make sure you have time to address anything that potentially comes up. And finally, feedback loops. Do you even want feedback from your publisher? But if you do want feedback, how are you getting that feedback? And how much do you want to take that feedback on and sort of process it within your game and within your development? So yeah, these are all things that are super, super important. But luckily, we have a really good life hack for you if you want to just get all this done and make your game at the same time. And that is hire a producer. They will do all of this for you, and then you can just go and make your game. You don't have to worry about this. It's amazing. They do all of the boring stuff. So just hire a producer, throw all the work on them, and go off and make your game. Except you also need to think about marketing. Another thing. So marketing, very important. One of the most important things one could say in order to bring your game to people that you want to bring your game to. Marketing is super, super important. And this all requires time as well, because you've got to develop a marketing strategy. You've got to talk with the person that's doing marketing. You've got to talk with them how you want your game marketed, what sort of time scale you want it, how you want it marketing. Do you want events? Do you want tweets? How are you going to market your game? And in turn, the marketing team need assets. You need to create assets for them. They'll need key assets from the game. They might need videos. They might need gameplay footage. These are all things that you need to provide potentially for the marketing team in order for them to effectively market your game. Unfortunately, it does take time away from development, so you need to think about this. And then community building. Do you want to build a community around your game? Do you want a big Discord community? Do you want a big Twitter community? Do you want people making theories about your game? How are you managing this? Is there someone on your team? Is there a dedicated community manager that's going to do this? Or are you going to put it on one of your own team, or is your publisher handling this? Like, do you have anyone that knows how to tweet effectively in a good way and regularly? I don't. So someone else is going to have to. This is something that you need to think about. And then events and promotion. Everyone loves going to events, but it takes time away from development. You might need to make a specific build for a certain event. Who's going to go to that event? Are you going to get your publisher to hire out people to do the event for you? Or are you going to send your own people? Are you going to cover the costs for going to that event? But then that's time away from making the game as well. This, again, something that you need to think about. And then finally, with marketing, how involved do you want to be? Realistically, do you care? And that's fine. If you don't care about marketing, let your publisher deal with it for you. That's fine. But then, do you care? Do you care about the kind of image that you want to put forward with your game? Do you really want your game to be marketed in a specific way? Both are fine. But you need to make your publisher aware of that from the beginning, so you can both plan, mitigate, and sort of work around each other in order to create a game that you realistically have dreamed of. That's basically what these are. So with all that, these are some key takeaways. That this was a long, boring presentation, but yeah, key takeaways. Schedule time for admin. No one wants to do it. Someone's going to have to do it no matter what. Schedule time for admin and just do it. Secondly, keep in touch with your publisher. It's so important to keep in touch with your publisher. A good publisher will want to work with you. It's a collaboration, not them just throwing money at you. They want to work with you. They want to know if you're having any issues, if you're struggling, what's going well, what's going wrong. If something's going wrong, tell them. And again, clear communication lines. If something's going wrong, do you know how to get in touch with your publisher? Tell them this is happening. Then they might be like, oh, we can sort that for you. Don't worry. That's what your publisher is there for. Make sure you can talk to them. And finally, but most importantly, just hire a producer, please. It will make your life so much easier. Yeah, please hire a producer. And that's everything. Me and Tom are going to be around. Thank you very much for listening. Please feel free to come up and talk to us if you have any questions. If you have something cool you're working on, let us know. We're super excited to listen. And thank you very much.
Brilliant, great advice. For those of you that were here in March, our keynote speaker back then was Rami Ismail. And one of his bits of advice was, you know, you can make your life easier and increase your chances of getting hired by having a producer. So add whatever it is, 50 grand to your budget, but allow for a producer, because the publishers love it and it makes your job so much easier as well. I am biased because I was a producer for years, but most people will agree. Do grab Katie and Tom from Square Enix Collective over the break, as well as Anna Mansi, who I've lost, but she's right up at the back. She's not hiding. Go and chase her. They're all amazing individuals that we're really lucky to have up here. So please do take advantage while we've got them. We will now take a break. We are running a little bit over, but we'll be back in 20 minutes. Enjoy. Okay, folks, if you grab a seat, we'll get started with the next block of speakers. This is the most diligent audience we've ever had. Thank you so much. This makes it so much easier. This is great. Lots of talking in the break and then lots of silence when we've got the speakers on. It's perfect. Brilliant. We will crack on. So we've got two speakers in this block because we lost one of our speakers. In fact, Simon from Team 17 couldn't make it to Glasgow. He's been in Dundee and Edinburgh, but you can watch his talk from any of the last couple of nights online if you want to see that. And if he, I think he put up his contact details or his Twitter handle at least. Just ping him there. So in this block, we've got two fantastic speakers coming up in spite of car breakdowns and everything on the way to Dundee. We're delighted to have someone from Tencent Games, so another very prestigious company to have. So please give a warm welcome to Shannon McLaughlin.
Hi everyone, my name's Shannon and I'm here to talk to you today about the Nexus Partnership Studio. It's a studio that was started by Tencent Games in 2021. Right now we're about 20 people working across 2 locations, which is in Liverpool and also Shenzhen, which is where Tencent HQ is. Collectively, we've worked on 300 plus titles, from Sackboy to Star Citizen, F1 2021 to Goat Simulator and many more in between. All of our team members have worked on a variety of game genres through to launch and release in the last 30 years. And we're a multidisciplinary team who have over 100 years of combined experience. We work local on the ground day to day with our studios, and we also benefit from access to a huge amount of expertise across the Tencent group. This is my lovely team here. We're headed up by a fantastic team of directors. Pete Smith is our VP. Some of you might recognize Pete Smith. He was previously the director of product development at PlayStation and was hired by Tencent in 2021 to build our studio from the ground up. Many of our team members have previously came from some of the most well-known games development and publishing studios in the world and have helped numerous developers over the years through service, partnership, and collaboration. So the studios that we work with currently are Tequila Works, Sumo Digital, Splash Damage, Inflection Games, and Shark Mob. Hopefully you've heard of all of them, if not some of them. And while a lot of our projects are currently under wraps, we have 2 amazing new titles coming out. We have Song of New, which is being created by Tequila Works in partnership with Riot. If you also don't know, Riot recently got acquired by Tencent as well. It's a single-player narrative game where you'll join Nunu and Willip through an idyllic but treacherous world to find his mother. And our Canadian studio, Inflection Games, is bringing out their very first own IP project, Nightingale. It's a survival crafting experience set in a rich Gaslit Victorian fantasy setting, and it's due for launch in 2023, should everything go okay. So what's our aim as a partnership studio? Well, our aim is to empower, to support our developers in delivering the next generation of global blockbuster games. And we do this through 4 methods. So we build and acquire teams that have great IP potential to deliver the next generation of innovative games that push the envelope of the genre. We leverage Tencent's experience in free-to-play and games-as-a-service strategies. We also utilize Tencent's experience with mobile and co-development solutions to help enable seamless, accessible, multi- and cross-platform integration. And we also work with our marketing teams to identify games with high global growth potential. So hopefully we can strive for success. So ultimately, we want to support our studios every day. We're here to empower them, but we're also here to collaborate with them as well. And our approach to this is to help them grow, whether that be through headcount, the types of games that they want to make, or whether it's in their creative vision. We're also really flexible with our studios. Ultimately, we're here to help them, so we have to do what works for them. We like to share in their passion and strive for success. We're very, very face-to-face. We do regular weekly meetings, monthly meetings, whatever works for the studio themselves. And most importantly, we allow creative freedom. It's really important that to understand that it's their game, it's their creative vision, and we're here to help them achieve that. So we do this through 4 major strategies: through production, creative consultation, outsource management, and co-development. So through production, which is what I do today, we have a framework like most publishers, which has a gate process. And we make sure that our teams are confident and prepared to pass our internal gate process on time and within budget. We also offer advice on effective methodologies for production. We ensure to connect our studios with the best teams with intents at the right time to improve and enrich their development process. We work with our studios to ensure their submission and process is up to date and runs smoothly. And we also offer advice to ensure that the highest quality standards are met before we release. We also provide creative consultation as well, which is another part of my role that I help with. We review studio milestones and pitches and presentation materials, and we help to provide constructive and helpful feedback. We also have a creative why process, which is a little bit of a marketing term, to be honest. We help our studios to define their creative why, which is essentially helping them understand their creative vision, how it innovates within the genre, and also how it helps to contribute to enriching the player experience. We work with our internal databases, analytics, and marketing teams to provide an overview of the market studios so they can gain greater market share. And we also provide general creative direction on all aspects of the game, from narrative to marketing, brand identity, and much more. In terms of outsource management, I'm sure you all know if you're building a studio, you might not always have the help you need at the right time, so you might look to third-party studios to help out. So we're sure to match teams with the best outsourcing partners globally. We also assist in the management of those outsourcing partners to help with the delivery process. We also help to provide legal advice between the agreements between vendors. And we also help with risk management as well. So it's part of our job to make sure that we highlight and mitigate any risks with the outsourcers as soon as possible. You also know that co-development is a big thing in games development as well. You might always not have the headcount, or you might not have the skills on your team. So you might decide to partner with another studio to help you out in the release. So we help find the correct development partner for that, to suit each project's needs. We also help with the porting process as well, and helping to connect our partners to the best porting services. We also help connect developers to the right groups of technology and feature assistance support. We offer support on the ground day-to-day on project management of co-development services. And we also do help publish. Tencent itself is not a publisher. We are an investor, but we do have publishing arms within Tencent. But we also encourage some of our studios to self-publish, or we might put you with the right publishing platforms, say like Xbox or PlayStation, depending on what your game might need. So the main thing for us is, as a studio, we want to help identify areas that we can contribute. We define the process and methodologies best tailored to suit our studio's needs. We utilize our knowledge and expertise as a studio to help them achieve their vision. But most importantly, we want to help our studios deliver the next big thing. So that's everything from me. I'm Shannon. That's my email, but feel free to come chat to me as well. And yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Shannon. Wow, that worked first time. We're getting better at this. By the end of the week, we'll be professional. Our next gentleman, I've actually known him for a number of years. He was the main development relations guy at Nintendo many years ago when I don't think I ended up publishing anything at the time. Yeah, it was Channel 4.
The Wii U wasn't very successful.
It wasn't because of it. It was because of Ed we wanted to do it, but it never happened. These days, he is scout and consultant at Bitwave Games. So please give a warm welcome to Ed Valiente.
Good afternoon, Glasgow. I don't have an Alan Partridge thing today. I did have one yesterday for Dundee. Has anyone heard of Bitwave? Right, apart from the people I met here in the last couple of days. No? Okay, has anybody heard of Embracer? Yeah, okay. So why is a company that you haven't heard of part of Embracer and working on stuff that the founders absolutely dreamed of? So I'm going to tell you the story behind that. I can't tell it as well as the CEO because I wasn't there. Which button do I press? I'll just press that. So Bitwave was actually founded as Retroid Interactive in Gothenburg in 2013 by some friends that met at university who grew up playing NES games and Game & Watch. Sweden was actually the first country outside of Japan and America to get Nintendo products, thanks to Bergsala. So they always had this dream of going into games because of some of the games that they were inspired by from their youth. Now, Cow Dash, who's played that? Nobody. I haven't even played it. Picto Party, Wii U, 9,000 sales. And Wonderling DX, Wonderling released the day 5th of March 2020, PAX Corona. Okay, so 3 releases in 7 years. How was that done? It was done by taking on more lucrative IT consultancy gigs at blue chip companies like AstraZeneca, Volvo, and SKF in Gothenburg. So I guess there are people here that have studios that essentially are working on passion projects, but have to pay the bills somehow by doing freelance work. That's very much what we were. Also, it was console porting studio, and that's how I got to know them, because I was running Thunderful Games at the time, and I was looking for a porting studio for Lonely Mountains Downhill and Curious Expedition. And I was very impressed with the work they were doing. I left Thunderful Games full-time and moved back to the UK to be a scout for them. And in the meantime, I was also consulting for the CEO of this company. And he would just like rack my brain once a week to just like go through contracts and things like that. And he basically told me that the company was like close to closing down because they really weren't getting any new projects in, and Wonderling wasn't selling on any platform, even though it's got a Metacritic of 81%, which is green and pretty good. So he actually said that on a whim, he contacted someone he'd known who'd been at Raw Fury, who now was at Embracer, and pitched him an old NES IP to do a remake or a remaster. And the guy at Embracer said, we're setting up a retro vertical, another part of the business. And this is exactly the kind of company that we're looking for. So we were acquired by Embracer in 2021, and yet we didn't even announce that we were doing any of this stuff until Gamescom this year. And that's because some of the other acquisitions took a while. There are some more corporate slides after this where I'll show you some of the other companies involved. So we rebranded in February 2022 as Bitwave because we thought they were going to announce the retro vertical then, but we then had to wait. So we're 26 people. We have like a tech team, and we have 1 project per go, and we're also publishing stuff. So we are part of the 13th operational unit of Embracer called Free Mode. So Free Mode is kind of where the companies that don't really have their own, aren't perhaps large enough or to have their own one. So like Coffee Stain has one, Asmodee, the biggest board game company, has one, Dark Horse Comics has one, Saber has one, Gearbox has one, Crystal Dynamics, Eidos, they have one as well. So we sit in Free Mode. So what we're doing is we're internally developing and publishing ports or remasters or sequels of classic IP. We're also helping out bringing Japanese titles for companies that don't want to do the publishing in the West. Now, obviously, I've got my connections from Nintendo days. I also worked at Square, Sony, and Namco, so I have a lot of good contacts. So we're actually working on a game called Gimmick. I was wearing the T-shirt yesterday. So if you want to watch this talk again from yesterday, it's totally different than yesterday's. You can. We also do porting and publishing support. You saw there, we actually do some porting work for Coffee Stain, and that's not because we're in the organization. We don't have to work with people within the same organization. We can work with other people. And it's good for us as well because it keeps us up to date with all technology and means that we can hit all platforms. We actually make 2D pixel platformers in Unreal, which when we met Epic and showed it to them, they're like, what? Okay, have a mega grant and we'll promote you. But because we are building this as a publishing label, we want to be the home of retro games. We're also looking for developers with a passion for a particular classic IP. Maybe, you know, there's loads of these Kickstarters that come up, and it's like the spiritual successor to this, and it's basically some IP that no one knows where they can find it. But what we're then looking for is like, what about if you didn't have to make the spiritual successor? You could just make a remaster of that, and then if that does well, you could work on an actual sequel for it. So what we would want to do there, for example, is try and pair the right team with the right IP. And so it would kind of be a work for hire thing, but we think because of the passion involved, there would be some kind of better earn out than just a work for hire thing. We don't want to take all the credit. We could publish it ourselves, or we could help you find a publisher or help fund the self-publishing. And essentially what this means, like, we don't have to do so much IT consulting now. We can afford to cover development of a game for 18 to 24 months and also publish things without having to worry about the cash flow and things like that. When did I start? And this isn't my role, but I can facilitate mergers and acquisitions discussions. So if you're an entrepreneur who's maybe a bit tired and wants to cash out, but still continue doing what you're doing, I think Embrace is quite a good place to do it because it's essentially a holding company. I used Johnson & Johnson as an example the other day, but they made talcum powder that killed people. So, so I'll go with Unilever, who built Port Sunlight up in Merseyside. So that kind of thing. So we can have, we've got something like 800 IP that we have ourselves. I don't know if there's a big list where you can just kind of pick it off the menu. So it could be an IP that we own. Tatsujin is one of our companies. They are the creators of the Tower Plan arcade games. Do you remember All Your Base Are Belong to Us? It's a dad meme now, basically. It's a retro meme. So we're bringing all of those games to a PC for the first time. And we've actually got the guy who did the original emulator 25 years ago as a hobby project doing that, which is super cool. Yeah. I often lose my train of thought. It's the classic ADHD thing and not being well prepared. So this is what like the CEO kind of does. This is the one we send out to people. I'm not really going to read it out. But you can see this is currently where we are. Middle Earth, have you heard of that? Lord of the Rings stuff. Sing Tricks, I'm not actually quite sure. So Limited Run, we have Clear River Games. They're a publisher in Sweden as well. GOE's like Game Outlet Europe, which is another distribution company. Grimfrost, they make like Viking cosplay things that are used in actual like big Netflix series, or I don't know what streaming service they're on. It's not really my jam. Quantic Lab is a QA service provider, and there we are, Bitwave. So we kind of cover these areas. So we're actually like interested in bringing in other service providers, for example. Maybe you've got a cool middleware that you want to some external investment or something like that for it. We can do that. But I'm really here for the classic and retro thing. And that's really sort of the reason I joined Bitwave, really, because it's like I get to play the games that I grew up with. But as I'm kind of closer to 50 than I am 40, my retro might not be the same as your retro. So remastering, like PlayStation 3, you could come to us with a PlayStation 3 idea, and that would be a valid kind of retro thing now, as crazy as that seems. Yeah. And it's a bit like the previous talk where we have access to all of these other skills and operation groups that we can take advantage of, although we don't have to necessarily do it. Like we're doing some QA with one of the companies internally, but we also do stuff with other people as well. And I guess a lot of you here like retro games. Yeah. Who are like sort of NES, SNES generation? Who's janky PlayStation 1 generation? Yeah. There we go. That's the next stuff. That's my entry point to the industry. So I happily see some of that kind of stuff, but with better draw distance. I don't know if you play games like G Police. It was like, oh, this is amazing. Ooh, there's a building there. I just don't know what to say when I see these slides, but I've done the same thing for the last 3 days. But you could kind of basically fit in this sort of area. So ultimately, really, the kind of takeaway here is that like it's really hard to launch new IP. So Embrace has been going around buying IP. There is a thirst for retro games. Now, from different generations of players, that means different things. So we can't take all of that on ourselves. We don't really want to scale up as a company that much. However, we can help put you in touch with free mode, or I can do a P&L on a project. And if the boss at free mode says yes, we can move ahead and do that. So think about what the favorite game is that you'd like to work on. And don't say like Grand Theft Auto 1, because like they're not going to give us that. Come and talk to me. I'll be happy to chat. Thanks a lot.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So we'll take another break now. Do go up and chat to Ed. Just don't buy any talcum powder from him by the sounds of it. And it was Shannon on before from Tencent. So make sure you speak to her. And as well as just anyone else that's attending that you don't know, just go up and make new connections. That's what we're here to do. And we will kick off again in about half an hour.
and he came up with this wonderful line of that he said to
Okay, folks, we'll kick off again in a minute. If you can grab a seat, please. Perfect. Okay, we will do our last block of talks, and then for those of you that have ordered food, there will be some food coming about 6 o'clock. You'll be pleased to hear. So let's get cracking so that people don't feel like they're in the way of food, which is never a good thing. Our next speaker, I collared him down at Develop a couple of months ago and forced him to come up. But he bit my arm off. He's from the publisher Secret Mode, who are part of Sumo Group. If you don't know them, they have, I've lost count, but at least a dozen offices dotted around the UK and overseas. So I'm really pleased to welcome up Secret Mode's head game scout, Mr. Joshua Garrity.
Hello, everyone. This is much less scary than Dundee. No disrespect to the venue, but the lighting was set up in such a way where the entire audience was shrouded in darkness, and it felt like I was presenting to an army of Babadooks. So what's this presentation about? I just want to give like a light intro into Secret Mode, our origins, talk a little bit about myself and my role, and the strategy that I'm employing to sign games to the Secret Mode label. So first of all, who am I? I'm Joshua Garrity. I've been in the industry for roughly 7 years, coming on to 8 years. Previous to Secret Mode, I started out in the industry at Sold Out, now called Fireshine, building out their digital strategy. So previously Sold Out were just a physical publisher. They'd never done digital publishing before. So I was part of the foundation that I started the building blocks of their digital strategy going forward. After about 6 years there, I joined Team 17 as a senior game scout. And worked alongside Simon Smith, who's sadly not here tonight, but has presented at the previous 2 nights. And I've been responsible for signing such games as Core Keeper, Gord, Shadows of Doubt, Brewmaster, and many, many more. Who are Secret Mode? Secret Mode are a publisher set up by Sumo Group. We serve 2 functions. The first function is to serve as a path to market for internally developed IP within Sumo Group. So developers such as the Chinese Room, Auroch, etc., etc. Basically, Sumo got fed up of working with publishers and wanted to create their own. As we also work with third-party developers more on the indie to AA end of the spectrum. We're based out of Royal Leamington Spa, along with the rest of the games industry. Let's talk a little bit about some of the games that you may or may not be familiar with. I'm not going to go through our entire catalogue, but here are a few key examples. So Turbo Golf Racing, released in August of this year in early access and Game Pass. This was developed by HugeCaf. A little to the left is Imminent. It's coming out on the 8th of this month. That's developed by Max Inferno. And Loddlenaut, developed by Moon Lagoon, which is coming much later down the line. These are just a few examples. Go to our website to check out our entire catalogue. What are we looking for? So there are 4 key pillars that we're looking at in terms of the types of games that we want to sign. There are a number of reasons why we've narrowed it down to these 4 pillars, some of which are to do with the skill set within our team, some of which are to do with the games that we're frankly interested in and are passionate about. But some have, obviously there's like commercial reasoning, there's strategy behind it that I'll talk about in a bit. So the first pillar is narrative. Good writing creates word of mouth. We've seen that with games such as Disco Elysium. We've seen that with games such as Hades. Soma has recently entered the conversation again as it's entered into Game Pass, and a load of people on Twitter going, you've got to play Soma, the story's really good. Good writing sells. So this is deliberately quite vague as a pillar. We're not being too prescriptive about what that means. It could be something that's quite passive in terms of storytelling, like a Firewatch. It could be more systemically, mechanically driven, like a Disco Elysium. Second pillar, strategy. This is about leaning into the skill set of the team that we have. James Shull, our CEO, is formerly VP over at Sega Europe. So obviously he worked a lot with teams like Relic and Creative Assembly. And a lot of the bones of Secret Mode were set up by people who are formerly of Sega Europe. It makes sense to lean into that knowledge. It makes sense to lean into those skill sets. So why not pursue games in that genre? Third pillar, wholesome games. There's a huge subculture within the gaming industry that's growing in the wholesome sphere. They have their own direct that they can market to their key audience. Frankly, some of our the games that we have on our label that are tracking the best in terms of wish lists are in this space. So a little to the left, which is coming out very soon, we anticipate to be really successful. We're building a community in this space, in this genre. So why not build it out further? And lastly, multiplayer games. Now, obviously, if you get it right, multiplayer games sell very, very well. But it's not just about the sales that these games generate. I think it's very important as a publisher that we create a platform and we create a community that we can communicate the rest of our catalog to. This is a situation where these games float all boats. If you get a really good multiplayer game with a really good community, then the single player games will sell really well as well. It's not just about the sales, it's about creating that platform. There is a secret fifth pillar. I just really like it, and I don't care what the rest of Secret Mode thinks. They're going to listen to me talk about this game. Look, we're not being, nothing set in stone. Like, strategies change year on year. Next year, I might be giving this talk, and the 4 pillars will have completely changed. I'm happy to listen to any pitch, but I think it's important that publishers have a sense of direction, that they have guiding lights. I don't want to be in a situation where we're just, whatever, just come our way. I think it's important that you work with partners that have a strategy, that have a plan, so that you don't feel like there's a chaotic element to the partner you're working with. They're signed with you either because you fit into their strategy, or because your game is just so good that they can't ignore you. Let's talk a little bit about the inbound process. I'm a big believer in giving credit where credit is due. I came into Secret Mode 3 months ago thinking, great, I'm the head game scout. I get to build a strategy from the ground up. I get to implement 7 years worth of experience to create a strategy exactly the way that I want. And then I arrive, and Paige Dolan, the Greenlight manager at Secret Mode, has already built a process exactly the way I want. So why am I even here? But just Paige Dolan's one to watch. She's been in the industry for a year and a half, and I'm already afraid for my job. So let's take you through the process. So obviously, opportunity identified. I'll talk a little bit about where we find opportunities in a bit. But then there's a soft greenlight meeting where the inbound team discuss the game on a gut level. Like, we don't do any forecasting, we don't do any formal evaluation. It's just, do we believe in the game? Just based on video, based on the pitch deck, etc., etc. This is when most games die. It's so important that you have champions within the publishers that you work with. And it's so important for us to have people who fundamentally believe in the game before we do the heavy lifting of making a business case for it. So yeah, if we believe in the game on a fundamental gut level, then we move on to project group review. This is essentially a way of informing the rest of the Secret Mode business that we really like the game, and this is the important information that you need to know about it in order to make an informed decision. So we'll create a project group review deck that we'll first present to the entire company. We have a feedback form associated with that presentation that everyone in the company can fill in and give the inbound team their thoughts and feelings. There's then a follow-up meeting called the project group review approval meeting, which is amongst the heads of department. And then we make a formal decision as to whether this is a serious opportunity we want to pursue. And that effectively activates doing a formal sales forecast, the marketing team creating a loose plan for what they want to do in terms of strategy, and also the production team talking with the developers, looking them in the whites of the eye and getting a sense of whether they trust their milestone schedule and planning. So yeah, if the follow-up from the project group review goes well and we all agree this is something that we want to present to the Sumo Group board, we'll create a green light deck that takes on all of the information that we've gathered, the forecast, etc., and then we will present that to the Sumo Group board. If they like it, that's when we begin contract negotiation and discussing terms. Where do we find your games? All over the place. Obviously, there's social media, stuff like Screenshot Saturday on Twitter is really good. TIG Source forums are great for catching games really early. Frankly, setting up a Steam page at all, even at an early stage, is really useful for us to discover you. And of course, there's events like Gamescom, GDC, and frankly, events like this as well. I don't have time to go through all of these points one by one, but I thought it'd be useful to give you a bullet point list of what I believe is absolutely necessary going into any kind of game pitch, and what I would describe as like the cherry on the cake, like not absolutely necessary for a game pitch, but if you do implement them, it will put you above the competition. It will put you ahead of your peers. So if you want to get your phones out, take a picture, feel free. And I'm happy to talk more in detail about these in the break. Cool. That's the end of my talk. I deliberately left my email address off the last slide because if you want it, you have to talk to me in the break. So cool. Thank you, everyone.
A cunning strategy. So yeah, mob them in the break. Okay, next up we have someone from the publisher Super Rare Games. Again, I'm not sure they've been up to Scotland to meet us all. So fantastic they've come up. So please welcome Super Rare's Head of Marketing, Mr. Ryan Brown.
Sweet, lovely. Thank you very much. Hello, yes, I'm Ryan Brown. My job title at Super Rare Games is long, if you've seen my lanyard. So I kind of sum up by saying I'm the head of saying stuff. which is just a nice way of saying head of marketing, then I'm also senior biz dev and scouting. And if there's any speakers that were here for the last 2 days, you may notice, oh my goodness, this isn't the slide that I've seen twice before already. I got bored of hearing myself talk about the same things, if I'm being completely honest. So I quickly made a completely different presentation to give you. The last one was about publishing tips and pitch deck tips, but there's a lot of amazing speakers that are already kind of doing that. But please do come and find me if you do want to talk about pitch decks and all that lovely stuff. Also, I love this image. If you've been staring at it long enough, I'm sure you'll see literally hundreds of different indie game characters. Also, really sorry, I'm not a graphic designer, so this is going to look a little bit messy. But I'm going to stand a little bit here so I can read my own slides. But I'm Ryan Brown, or at Toads Anime on Twitter, which is probably the best way to find me, by the way. I basically live there. Do feel free to follow me or DM me at any point. And I talk too much, so please someone come punch me in the arm if I go on for too long. As I said, head of marketing and lots of other cool stuff at Super Rare. If you haven't heard of Super Rare Games, we're most known for being a physical Switch game publisher. So we release a new physical Switch game every 2 to 3 weeks. Games like Webbed, A Short Hike, Worms, lots of really, really cool games. We release about 30-something a year, and they're limited. They're only sold through our own website. And that's kind of a way for us to preserve and support developers that, generally speaking, are already successful, sometimes not. And we can kind of just assure them that we have that audience, we know we're going to sell out, and it's just a nice, cool thing to do. And that's what most people know Super Rare Games for. We do also have an original publishing label now called Super Rare Originals, which is a full-on publisher for Steam and Switch and PlayStation and Xbox and all that lovely stuff. We have really good relationships with all those platform holders, some deals with some of those platform holders. We're always taking pitches as well, so feel free to pitch for us if you are looking for a full-on publisher. And the Super Rare mixtape, which is my personal little baby, and I'll get onto it in a minute. I will use an excuse to talk about it. A little bit about me as well. I'm an ex-video games journalist, so I wrote for The Mirror. I did some stuff with BBC and BAFTA Games, moved into PR, like most game journalists that realize there's not much money in game journalism. So I made that PR jump. And I've been involved in the indie game community for over 15 years now. And I mean like the grassroots, really, really tiny indie game community. So this may mean nothing to you, but sites like Tig Source and sites like 64 Digits and the Daily Click, the Game Maker Games forums back in the day, lots of stuff like that. That was my home, and when Game Jolt started as well. But mostly itch.io nowadays. And yes, so onto the mixtape things that I mentioned. So basically, that's a passion project that I run at Super Rare Games because I already don't have enough roles. I've given myself a 5th one. But basically, what that is it's a physical compilation of lots of little indie games. And I do mean little games. I mean game jams. I mean people that have made games in 48 hours and just pop it for free on itch.io. I mean browser games, really, really small, conventionally small stuff. And we put 30 of those onto a USB that's shaped like a tape cassette, give it a nice little package. It has its own in-game launcher. We do things like audio developer commentary buttons on those launchers, concept art things. So really just preserving the whole history of how these little games are made in this cool little physical package, which is not something that would usually happen to itch.io game jam games. But it's a scene that I'm really, really passionate about. I've always been really passionate about on that scene. And it is genuinely a passion project. I have sincerely never made a penny from it myself, and I make sure that all the developers are paid. But it is accidentally also a really good testing pool for us publishing-wise. I won't say which games we've published, fully published, gone on to publish commercially for consoles and PC that have been on the mixtape, but it's about 3 or 4 of them so far. So it's ended up being really quite good for us on that end. You'll have to excuse as well, like all my YouTube video embeds and GIFs have decided to disappear off the face of the earth. Pretend these are moving. These moved once. Wow, look at the variety of the 120 games you can see in these moving GIFs. Trust me, they're nice and varied and lovely. I'm going to talk through some of them anyway. So, cool. So the scene. So I've always been a big proponent of that. Some of the most creative works in the world come from these kind of websites, come from itch.io, come from Game Jolt, come from people who are making games without worrying about commercialization, without worrying about current trend chasing. They're just making something, often as a hobbyist project, sometimes as a student game, sometimes in a game jam. And obviously people that have come from this scene, specifically Tigsoft, have gone on to create some of the biggest indie games that ever were. Here are a random few games, and I've snuck in Grapple Dog there because we published it. So that's marketing, that is. But yeah, a bunch of cool indie games. People have come from this small scene, game jams and stuff. And yeah, that scene thrives probably more than ever nowadays, thanks to platforms like itch.io, thanks to the Game Maker Toolkit, doing game jams and doing these big videos on them and getting people a bit more visibility through those. And there's all types of games that come in through here. As I mentioned, student games is a really cool one. Lots of university projects. I always try and implore people to if your university allows you to upload those games onto itch.io, because certainly over the last few days when I've been talking to some students here, they're talking about, I'm like, have you ever made a game? They go, no. And I go, what about for university? They go, oh yeah, I made some student games. Where are they? I don't know. Great. Okay, they're gone. And that hurts me. I don't like thinking of any games being just totally lost to time. So do just, if you're allowed to, do just upload them to places like itch.io. You never know what kind of opportunities can happen, and you get to have people share your game about. And stuff like 48-hour jam games as well. You will be, if you haven't seen some, you'll be bloody surprised. Some of the games that people make in 2 days, I assume on literally no sleep. But yeah, some of them are amazing. There is really completely unnoticed absolute gold dust in this scene. And as I say, these people generally aren't looking for commercialization. And I do hate to get commercial about it. I hate that I'm going, look at this lovely grassroots, wonderful scene that doesn't care about money, and going, but money though. But there is a lot of opportunity there for publishers. I know we obviously have some here, but I do really implore people other publishers to seek out developers on these platforms. And if you are using itch.io, by the way, please be discoverable. There have been like amazing games I've wanted to literally pitch for cool things, and there's no social media tags, there's no email, there's no way for me to contact them other than sharing a public comment on their page, which makes me just look like a spam bot. Cool, and yes, I fully genuinely believe that the future stars of indie games are right there on platforms like this, on itch.io, already uploading really cool stuff that I might be the only person that ever remembers. There are some games that have been on the mixtape before where they've made like celebratory artwork on their itch page, like big artwork, like yay, 100 downloads, and it's just like that's so sad to me that this like amazing little cool work of art only has 100 people that have potentially ever played it, and that's a point of celebration. So, it's example time. Hooray, hurrah. You get to see the non-embedded YouTube videos, but we can pretend that they're moving and see what happens, I suppose. There are literally thousands of interesting games. I mean thousands. My hard drive has, I think, 100,000 games on it over the course of 15 years of scrolling through all these sources over the years. All of these examples here, because marketing, are from mixtapes, so you can find these games on mixtapes, but I don't retain any rights, so they're still on itch.io. Many of them are for free. Oh my god, look at this moving game. Wow, look at it in motion. Who knew that it would do this? But this is an old classic. This is in Varibear 2000. Some of you have probably seen this. This has been played by Markiplier and loads of people on YouTube. It was kind of an early 2000s indie hit before the commercialization of indie games. This was on one of the mixtapes, which I'm really proud of because it is one of those early hits. Again, the developer has not really particularly made very much money from it, despite the fact that it has a total of like 50 million views on YouTube, which is insane to me. But you play as a bear. You have to get in a cave because it's hibernation time, as you can see through this video. And bears and badgers and all sorts come in, and you have to grab them and throw them out, and it's just wacky and cool. And again, little ideas like this, really hard to make a commercial prospect out of that. But it has been on mobile, and I feel that if you had this game and you popped it on Steam for like £2 or £3, it would actually take off and be covered by those YouTubers and do really well nowadays. So little cool ideas like this, I do feel has a lot of publishing potential as well. Perfect Vermin. Oh, look at that. Look at that game. A hammer and a door. I guess I'll just explain what it is. I literally have 30 slides. I was just going to rush through them and just be like, here's a GIF. But Perfect Vermin, again, a really cool game made by 1 or 2 people. You run around with a hammer and just smash it up. Like just smash the place up. And then for some reason, some of the objects have like blood and organs in, and there's a reason behind that, and it gets very artsy and cool. Again, a really cool game that's played by loads and loads of YouTubers, but because it's short, it's not very commercially accessible, but yeah, it's on the mixtape, and it's a really cool game on itch.io. And Mini Falafel Adventure is just an example I always think of when I think of Game Boy style games. That's a big thing on the scene, people making old retro style games. This one has always stood out to me. Again, this is one of those games where I think maybe it's had 100 downloads. Like, very few people know what this game is, but it's like a 6-hour long, like, Game Boy style Metroidvania, and it's fucking brilliant, and it's free. Yeah, so there's loads of great games like this. Dino Melt, which is a browser-based game, is like a really cool Metroidvania. This art style you see is how the art in the game actually is all the way through the game. It's really, really cool. I think it would have, if that game had been on the Switch for £3, probably sold, some like 20,000 units or something. But nope, it's just a free browser game that's never made any money. No Players Online, again, probably one that people here have seen around a lot. And again, a totally free game. This is like an ARG kind of game. It's a horror game that makes you think that you're playing an online FPS from the 90s, but it's not. It's spooky, and it's and that's done really, really well. But they've never earned any money from it. The developer is now doing Spookware, but that game in itself, amazing. I'm gonna have to try and rush through some of these. Tailspin. Please do check these guys out on itch.io. If these guys don't get published by someone, something has gone terribly wrong. So these guys are a team of like 16 different people, really young people, really, some of them quite socially awkward, to be honest. And they do the most mind-boggling jam games. Like this game, Tailspin, as you can see through this video, is a nice action platformer with a really unique spin on it, where you use a drill to sort of bounce on things and drill through stuff. And it has like 3 worlds with like 6 levels in each of those worlds. And they made the whole game in 72 hours or 3 days or however many hours that is. And it's just incredible. And they do incredible work. They have won, I think, the Game Makers Toolkit competition like 2 years in a row. They do awesome stuff. Tadpole Tales, a really awesome cute 'em up, as they call it. Some indie devs that release games for free kind of do it as a way to go through the motions of finishing a game to then go on and do a commercial project, which was the case with this developer. It's Paper Guy. He's a paper guy. What more do you need to know? You use your mouse to sort of cut through the environment. This game is only 15 minutes long, 20 minutes long, something like that. I don't think they necessarily plan on doing anything with it in the future. I think it was a student game. But yeah, so no commercial prospects, but it's just so gorgeous and wonderful, and it makes you smile. Tonsil Terror, you scream into a microphone to move around, and you eat candy, and there's ghosts. Good times. Missed Messages. This is a really watercolor-based visual novel. Again, done really well on YouTube. A lot of you may have seen this. Monstrous. It looks like Adventure Time. Really gutted that the embed doesn't work on this one, but it's basically just a one boss fight puzzle game. We have to work out the order of stuff to do. And again, the developers would never have thought that this has commercial prospects. They haven't really pitched to anyone. They haven't thought about expanding the game, but it's just cute and adorable and wonderful, and it has a little frog boy. 1 minute, cool. Right, games. Some of those are like old 3D platformers that intentionally look like N64 platformers. Again, this developer, Pixel Boy, makes the most amazing jam-based games that could have just been commercial projects on the Switch. More games. That one has full voice acting. It's very impressive. Cheeky Chooks. This was a game made with the Australian RSPCA, strangely, and it's just you raise chickens, like Animal Crossing, but chickens. Postburn Province is an example of a really, really impressive student game that could have done well commercially, but because it's a student game, they've just sort of left it up online. Games. That's also a game. That just finds images on your desktop and displays them in a museum. I've had to warn Twitch streamers that were covering the mixtapes about this one because I didn't want any weird stuff to pop up. This game is just a virtual coloring book. This game is just a boat, be a boat, amazing times. And this is a virtual gallery that just you walk around and just look at artwork in a virtual museum. Again, really no commercial prospects, but a beautiful piece of work. And that's it. So very much the point of that is that there's all these wonderful, amazing creative pieces on these platforms that I think have commercial prospects, but developers don't often pitch them. Please do, if you're making stuff like that, even if it is just for projects like Mixtape, please come and find me and chat with me about publishing stuff or mixtapes or Willman, Willman, whatever his name is. I've decided he's my favorite Spider-Man villain because he's a man in a will, and doesn't really get much better than that. So cool, that's it. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ryan. Okay, just while we're waiting for the food to come out, what I'd like to do is just to bring on for 60 seconds each some of our volunteers and helpers, because they're doing really interesting stuff and they've given up a bunch of their time to be here. So first up is Mark there. Do we have Mark? We do have Mark, our audio engineer for the day. Just to say hello to you, basically, give Mark a big warm welcome, please.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't prepare anything to say, but it does feel a bit weird standing here because I'm normally like holding on to the fader for this microphone. And if we start getting feedback right now, there's nothing I can do. You're all going to go deaf. But hi, I'm Mark. I just graduated from a computer science degree 2 months ago and didn't really think that I would now be doing audio engineering work at the back of some games talks, because I would rather actually be working on games themselves. Yeah, so I'm standing in for somebody, Ethan, who normally does the sound for these. Unfortunately, he got COVID, and I'm really hoping he gets better soon. But yeah, come talk to me about games. I do a lot of VR, AR stuff, and audio as well. So those are kind of my interests. And yeah, come see me. That's all.
Brilliant. Yeah, Mark will be manning the stream when the talks are on, but in the breaks, he's free. So do grab him in this upcoming break or future breaks. And then we have the folks that have been checking us all in on the door. So please give a warm welcome to Olivia, Sean, and Ruben.
Hey, I'm Olivia Collins. I'm a 3D artist that kind of does a little bit of everything from modeling to rigging. And yeah, not much more than that. Talk to me about stuff. If you've got any places, that'd be great. I am looking for a job. So yeah, I'll just hand on to it.
I'm Sean. I'm a fourth-year programming student at Abertay. I'm also a part-time intern at People Can Fly. So I would say I'm looking for a job, but I'm not. I do AI and gameplay stuff. I also found a recent interest in AR and VR, so please come talk to me about those things or anything else. Yeah, Ruben now. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Yeah. Hi, I'm Ruben. Hi. This is not an anonymous thing, right? Oh, well, I don't know. Right. So, what am I? I do networking. Not this kind of networking, because I suck at it. I actually do network programming, which I also kind of suck at it, I guess. But it is what it is. What can I tell you about me? I'm still studying at Abertay, and I really do like networking programming, and I want to become, I wouldn't say the best, but at least good at it, I guess. Make multiplayer games work and not have people blaming me for it. Whatever. Yeah, so if you're interested in knowing more about me and what is my proficiency in networking, please do come talk to me, because I'm very shy, even if it doesn't look like it. And I think that's it.
Great stuff. Okay, we will take a break now. The food is just on its way, I believe, and we'll come back in half an hour. Thank you. Okay, folks, we'll kick off again in just a minute if you grab a seat. Okay, folks, grab a seat, please. Okay, folks, we will get on with our next set of presentations. If you're in the middle of a chat and you want to continue, if you can just pop next door, that'd be great, so that we can focus on the speakers. That would be great. So, hope everyone that ordered food and enjoyed it. We'll keep the food up there, so we can tuck into it at the next break. And meanwhile, we will get on with another 3 brilliant speakers. So, first up, to help explain a little bit about the world of cryptocurrency and Web3, and it's something I'm still trying to get my head around. So Ronan, that's next up, will help us understand. So please give a warm welcome to Ronan Sanford from Etherplay.
Thank you, Colin, for the intro. So I guess, so I'm going to talk about, like a kind of game that made possible by blockchain technology. But my idea, the reason why I want to talk here is to kind of convince you that there is more to blockchain than what you might have heard. And actually to get a sense, to compare with the Dundee crowd, like how many of you heard of Ethereum? And who hate NFTs? Okay, cool. I mean, it's not about NFTs. So basically, that's what I meant. Like, I think there is a lot interesting stuff to do with blockchain, especially for games, and they don't need to involve NFT. And so one of them is the idea of infinite games. So yeah, a bit about myself. First, I mean, I've been a game developer before. I mean, I'm still a game developer, but I've been kind of doing other kind of stuff as well, because so back into 2016, when I discovered like Ethereum, I was kind of realizing there is a lot of stuff to do there before you could even make a game. So I kind of be part of the community as and involved in several processes, like improvement proposal, as they call it. I'm co-author of one of the actually NFT standard that you might have heard. And also I've been tinkering with the idea on different fronts. One of them is what they call on-chain art, which basically you use the limitation of the blockchain to do interesting stuff, like so, especially generative art and generative music as well. But yeah, basically blockchain to me is like it brings neutrality and independence. So like you, in the traditional world, like you have to choose your platform, which is kind of a company. It could be Facebook if you do a web game, and you kind of dependent on them on many ways. And but not only that, the players are being dependent on it too. So the idea of blockchain is that it brings complete independence. The creation are independent of the creators, including the blockchain themselves, so Bitcoin, Ethereum, but also the application on top. So you can see two applications here. Like there is Uniswap, which is also running on Ethereum, but is permissionless, persistent, immutable, and composable. I mean, basically it means that anybody can join and it will never stop, and it doesn't change too. So you can be confident that what you build on top will remain working. And another one is ENS, which is kind of a domain name using Ethereum. So there is no central party, so you can be confident that your domain cannot be seized or etc. But it's, interestingly, it's both a technical achievement and a social movement. And I think this is often overlooked. Like if you look at blockchain, the technology itself, you might think, oh, but I can do that on a server. But it's missing the fact that it's also a social construct that people will want something independent. And what is it for games? So for me, that's exactly how I entered into the blockchain space, through the idea of building unstoppable applications. So when I read that back then, for me, it was build unstoppable games. And I was like, wow, that's cool. We can make games and then we launch them and that's it. It's not our, it's not mine anymore. It's part of something that exists independently. And in some way, like if Bitcoin is an artificial life form, and I will argue that we can definitely see it that way, then infinite games are artificial universes that live independent of humans. Humans have incentive to keep them running. And to me, this is fascinating. And so if you go back to one idea of on-chain games, which kind of basically a more overall set of the game you can do on the blockchain, and there is many actually nowadays. And the idea is that the whole game is encoded into a smart contract. It cannot change. There is no server, like zero server, so the whole game doesn't rely on any third party. And interestingly, it means that the game is client agnostic. So you could have a space game, but then someone could make another front end and change it. Obviously, this is more like theory. In practice, people have a kind of form a consensus of what they like about the theme. But and so there is some article here. I have some QR code over the presentation to dive deeper into the idea. But the infinite game are basically games, the on-chain games that keep the property of the blockchain. So they are composable, permissionless, persistent, and immutable. And these have interesting consequences, but also interesting challenges. So one of them is what is called Sybil attacks, where player can create multiple accounts, and this player could be bots, and they could just take advantage of just the number to be advantage in the game. But and it's also collision, but it's also a common problem in normal games, in online game, where especially if you compete for something, for money. And I think that's an important aspect of this game, is that the money is a problem for many ways, but it's also a solution in other way. And basically, if you require player or an account to put money into the game, then suddenly you solve the Sybil attack, because, okay, they can put a lot of money, but they are putting this money at risk. And which bring to fascinating outcome, like basically because the game is immutable and also composable, people can build things on top of the game. Not only writing to it, but also reading. You could have a kind of a game that run and then another game on top that uses the data from the other one. And it's also interesting social experiment because of this game theory problem about what if someone come with a lot of money and someone else come with even more. At what point does it break down for the other player? So one example is Conquest, where actually it was very interesting to see the development. So it was launched in April this year, and there was a few interesting stories about them, like some empire joined together, players who didn't know each other kind of joined forces. And interestingly, when new player came, the current empire have incentive to try to recruit the new player. And that was an interesting way to make sure that new player can join the game. And interestingly, the community also made tools. So because the whole thing is open, it's like an open API on the blockchain, the game, people started to make a better map that I could design myself and other kind of tool. But I think the most interesting for me is people made their story about the game. So this one, the QR code, they basically try to, so currently there is an empire that takes over the universe, and they try to beat it using interesting strategies. And in the end, they fail, but they made an interesting story.
And if you are interested to explore, I mean, this is basically a nascent ecosystem. When I started, like I think 2018, maybe where I really started to think we could do this game, there was nothing. But now there is like Mud, for example, which kind of make it easier for kind of the unity of on-chain game, if you think. And there is interesting inspiration to take from, especially the play by mail category. Which is kind of a game where that play over the long run they even started over mail and then they become over email. And interestingly, they had a high cost to entry as well, because blockchain game have also this issue of like being able needed to put money, but play by mail category at some point was like few dollars to, I think, per turn or something. And another thing I was exploring is another game called Stratagems, which kind of trying to boil down to the minimal game you could do using being infinite. So it's just a infinite board, and you just put token, but each token is actually some value. So currently I could use like a dollar value or whatever, but and the thing is that there is 4 colors. But as a player, you can choose at any point which color you join. So there is interesting social dynamics about whether you join at some place of the board a certain color with your friends, but maybe at some other place you decide to use other. I mean, this is very early now, so I'm not sure how it will pan out, but kind of the same thing to explore in this space. Yeah, that's basically it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ronan. And I think I understand the difference between crypto and blockchain. So that's helped me. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, we have some more great speakers. Our next speaker flew over, especially from Paris, to be with us this week. So that's quite cool. She's chosen Glasgow over Paris. Come on, wouldn't we all? She's come over from the publisher Focus Entertainment. It's now called Focus Entertainment. Now published a ton of games over the years. So please give a warm, I was going to say welcome, but bienvenue to Gwenelle Wozniak. Gwenelle.
Hi. So I work for Focus Entertainment. We recently changed our name. We were Focus Home Interactive. We recently published Plague Tale Requiem. We are very proud of it. Check it. We mainly work in 3 series. The main one, Focus series, with upcoming titles like Heavy West, Atlas Fallen, Space Marine 2, and we work with the indies as well, with titles such as Chance of Senna and Dordon. And historically, we have simulation games. An upcoming one is Hotel Renovator. I joined Focus a year and a half ago when Yves Le Yawonk, our Chief Content Officer, created a team dedicated to publishing, so scouting, visiting you and heard about your projects and everything. And I joined him as a publishing content manager. I used to be a game designer. I worked from indie to AAA productions. And when I joined him, my job was to use this expertise to assess the game design and content of the projects we had on the table. So how does it work? How do I review them, and why is it useful for you to know how we do it? The first contact I have with your game is through the pitch deck and through the prototype. I can't go through this process if I don't have a prototype, so it's really important to give us one, even though it's an ugly one with gray block and everything. We don't care. We are used to it. So go ahead. Don't be scared. You just have to prove the concept with its main mechanics. Once I have it, I go through it and I write a report that I will address to you, and from there we can start a conversation. It will also be useful internally to provide recommendations on our green light meeting that validates or not or will to go on. About the pitch decks, it's really important to keep in mind that the main objective of it is to for us to want to play the build. We take care of 1,000 projects each year. Personally, I took care of half of them, and so it's too many for me to test everything. So yeah, make us want to test the build. There are also two traps pitch decks usually fall into. The first one is to start with a story. We don't care about the story. We don't care about Robert meeting Natasha and falling in love and everything. We will care after that. And even for a narrative game, we will be more interested in knowing your main mechanics, your game loop. It's really important. And your progression systems and all of that first. And the second trap is having a realistic position strategic map. Meaning, if you're a platformer, don't compare yourself to Overwatch, League of Legends, games like that. It's not meaningful for us to understand your vision, what you want to accomplish, and it's obviously not numbers that you can achieve. So once I play the build, how I do it, I start with the intentions, your vision. I start with your conformity with editorial guidelines. Is it something that we can publish? Really, we don't have an intricate editorial guidelines. The main part of it is the maturity of your tone and artistic direction. This is an example of a game that we didn't publish, even though it was very good, just because it's Nintendo-like, I would say. It's a Coco's Lost Pets. And Blacktail is actually a game that our team scouted and managed to sign. We are really proud of it. It's Blacktail, and you can see that is tone and artistic direction is more in what we do. We are interested in compelling and original concept, and we are looking for strong fantasies. This is the first thing that will attract us to the game, and we will also check the USP, the unique selling points. Then I do some reverse engineering. It's not exactly as complex as these words. It just means that I take your vision that I identified previously, and I see how it translates into systems, meaning ecosystem, physics, progression, combat, everything. Does it stick together? Does it have interactions? Is it consistent? Global consistency is the most important topic to assess. It's more difficult to achieve in a game, I believe. And if that part is checked, most of the job is already done. This is also where I check the world logic, if the rules remain the same through the entire course of a game. And I would say that for a game to be really consistent, and this is just an ideal, a model, but it has to have a third based on mechanic features that you're an expert of, features that are proven in the market, that we have seen in many games that are conventionals, I would say, and you're really an expert at making them. A third that are improvements, same kind of mechanics, but you brought something new to the table. You actually brought improvements. And the last third were true innovations, things we didn't see in the market, and that are really original, etc. Then I go with the execution quality. This is where I experiment with the 3C, with the level design, the art, the storytelling, etc. Depending on the nature of your game, one or the other will be more important. Meaning, if you go with a rhythm game, your soundtrack and sound design has to be there, and I probably don't care about the the graphics, even though a beauty corner is really well appreciated. And if you go with a rhythm game and we don't have sound design in it, we will be a bit suspicious. Finally, I will check the market, not from a financial aspect or anything, but from the player's point of view. Is there a potential affinity with what you're willing to sell? Other innovations? Is it something that players expect or not, etc.? And it is also important for us to have the opportunity to build an IP with you, a long-term relationship, I would say. Is it possible to have multiple games with you in the future, etc.? Once our feedback is ready, once our assessment is done, we will provide you those feedbacks, start a conversation. It's important at this stage because we want to work with people we like, and so do you. And we want to help you achieve your vision, and it's a moment for you to check if we understood what you wanted to do, etc. Then we go to greenlight, a greenlight meeting, as I said, for a final submission vote, and after that, propose the deal terms and all of that. And part of my job will be to continue following your project, to provide some documentation or benchmarks or something. Some of that may be design support and everything, even though I don't have any more time to do it, but I like to do it. And the last part is meeting you to still be up to date to the next steps in design. So please come find me. I will be very happy to discuss about the design and learning more about your projects. Thank you.
I'm always conscious how terrified I am of doing a speech in my first language. I can't even speak. And folk like Gwen come over and do it in a second language. Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming over. Okay, our next speaker is from one of our sponsors. So this is an interesting talk about the back end of games. So please welcome from Excelbyte, their developer partner manager, Mr. Andrew Berry.
Hello. How are we all doing tonight? Right, as Colin said, I'm Andrew Berry. Most of you, if not all of you, probably won't know who I am. I hope you will help me in changing that by the end of the night. I used to be a data consultant, kind of specializing in data architecture, data warehousing, data analysis, anything data really. However, I've always kind of been circling the edge of the game development community. Until recently this year, I jumped into it, and I'm now working at Excelbyte as a developer partner manager. What that means is I do a little bit of everything, but our primary goal is to help our partner game studios launch successfully, tackling challenges and making sure that all their back-end requirements are met. So what do we do at Excelbyte? We provide single-tenant back-end platforms that are truly your own. They're bespoke and customizable. Our bread and butter is being in a cross-platform play, cross-progression, cloud saves, e-commerce, and yes, it's really your own system. Effectively, we're white-labeled Battle.net or Epic Online accounts, and you own all your data and services, and as I said, all custom-tailored. It also gives you the time and space to focus on what really makes your games yours, and that's truly awesome. So just gonna cool. So why does your single-player game need a backend? As the world gets more and more connected, so do the games that our industry develops. Single-player games don't have to be not online or disconnected anymore. You could be losing out on replayability, user retention, and long-term community engagement. The lines between a lot of games have blurred over the years. Most single-player games nowadays aren't truly unconnected. The Dragon Age series is one of my favorites. It's an engaging and complex single-player game where your choices and consequences in one game affect your choices and actions in a later game. And BioWare solved this by using an online service where you can change the save states of your games as you see fit, and you can go back and experience what you could have played. The Sims has online elements with a massive player community sharing households, items, and lots. It's an excellent example of the community experience in a single-player game. And indeed, From Software's latest hits, the Souls 1 series, whilst it can be played solo, it's defined by its multiplayer editions. You can leave helpful or harmful messages, and you can summon allies to help you get your butt worked by Millennia, Redan, Godric, Godwin. For the 50th time. And it's using a backend really enables just another layer of gameplay immersion. So all types of games can benefit from a backend in these kind of three key areas: data, community engagement, and quality of life. Data. So studying your players' data and through statistics is a great way to understand them, their motives, what is and isn't working. And if you know how people are playing your game, you can figure out where player interest lies, and you can use that to drive your future development decisions. Let's be clear, this isn't about making them predatory or addictive. This is about building a better experience for your fans. You can also find ways to expose this data to your players themselves. Telltale's Hit series is a choice-based adventure game where it lets its players see if they're in the majority or the minority when they're making these decisions. It fuels online debates for years and years and months and months. Now, we all know that bugs happen, they make it through to users. With more SKUs and player hardware than ever before, it's impossible to cover every single combination. Using a backend and suitable telemetry pipeline, you can see every event your heart desires and create a data safety net to catch unreproducible events as they happen. You'll likely discover that your players are playing in ways that you never expected. Maybe encountering a bug or a blocker that you couldn't find and you probably never would have found in QA. And you can use all that data to make informed choices about your future developments and updates and just general game health. UGC. Oh, I skipped a section? Yeah. User engagement and community management. UGC is the next slide. User-generated content is everywhere nowadays, and for good reason. Giving players the opportunity to build their own quests, tell their own stories, or even unique games within your own confines and rules of your game. It gives a sense of community and players a chance to engage in emergent play. Take a look at some of the incredible projects from within the Bethesda community series. Fallout London is practically DLC quality at this point. And on the other end of the spectrum, Mario Maker had it inbuilt, with some players able to make the most ingenious and devious levels possible, with hit YouTube series around the world showing off this. Support for UGC and mods has proven time and time again that they're nothing but a boon for developers. They give endless benefits: free content creation, boosting your SEO, attracting new players, and increasing your audience engagement. Player messages. We're seeing more and more examples of player messages. It's kind of its own UGC in a way. It can be comments on a Super Mario Maker level or helpful messages in Dark Souls. It provides yet another opportunity for your player self-expression. And it makes you feel like you're not alone. You're in an interconnected world and community. Community events. Getting lost in the game is one of the best feelings. However, community events are a way for solo players to feel like they're actually truly a part of the game. It gives you a chance to feel like there are like-minded players and join in with, helping going through these events. Quality of life. Having the ability to tweak your aspects of the game at will is incredibly powerful as a developer. Using server-side game data can give your players fresh experiences and provide you with higher player retention. Storing game logic online also gives you one huge advantage, which is that you can add new content to your game quickly and easily. You can add new quests, you can swap in and out NPCs, or you can even create entirely new ones on the fly. We really are in the age of cloud saves. With the release of the Steam Deck, players can now stop playing on PC, rush out of the house, jump on a train, pick out their Steam Deck and play from where they left off. Or maybe you need some help from a friend. Beating a boss you just can't handle, but he plays on Xbox, you play on PlayStation. With a backend, you can link your account and use a cloud save to pick up where you left off in their house on their console. We've also just seen the rise of companion experiences over the past decade, whether it be synchronous play or an overarching meta, or some bonus minigames. You can utilize your player accounts and their data and create a unique secondary play and engagement and engagement wherever they may be. So, does my single player game need to always be online? Heck no. Of course, it depends on your implementation, but I think we can all point to a game that became simply unplayable when the always online servers were turned off. Anyway, it's become a selling point for you to be able to say, you're always going to be able to play our game. So, yeah, we recommend to all our single player titles that they use, that they ensure that the game functions without ever talking to a server. You should utilize online backends to enhance your experience, but never drive it. Always follow a pattern that ensures you have at least a basic local config copy. And then you can update the cache over time as you proceed. You drive adoption of your online experiences. And by making it engaging and worthwhile for your players, you can give them some cool in-game items for linking their accounts, or by completing specific actions in one game, you can get an entitlement in another. And for the most important part, you need to make it seamless. You need to remove the barriers to entry. So, why does your single player game need a backend? You can learn what your users really like about the game. You can keep your game fresh for years to come. You can fix balance issues on the fly. You can sync player data and progress to the cloud and across different platforms. You can own your users' data and reward loyalty and incentivize player engagement and react to their feedback. Axelbyte it helps our clients operate online games. That doesn't just mean multiplayer games. Thank you for your time. I'm Andrew. That's my email there, but feel free to come up to me afterwards.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, we will take another quick break. 25 minutes. The last three speakers have all travelled to get here. Ronan has come through from Dundee, so speak to him about blockchain. Gwen has come from Paris. Speak to her about Focus Entertainment and submission process. And of course, speak to Andrew about Axelbyte and backend services. See you in 25 minutes. Okay, folks, we'll get going again. If you grab a seat, please.
I'm here, yeah, pretty much.
Awesome.
I'm trying to remember the pocketeer from pocket-sized hands, but I've been told I have to do pocketeer from pocket-sized hands. Pocketeer from That's the one line that I need to remember. As the guys that listen, you've got 3 strikes for not saying it. You've used 2 of them. Third one, you're going to come in tomorrow. There'll be a P45 in the case.
Who's going to be in Belfast tomorrow?
Yes. So it's exactly. He'll message.
You can't put it on your desk.
He'll message Alan. I'll be like, Alan, what's this? It's like, oh, sorry.
Okay, folks, if we grab a seat, please.
No worries.
Excellent. I'll hit F5. That's my skill. That's the most I can do. Okay.
I'm allowed to take the mic out of the stand because it just occurred to me that works better for the format I'm doing anyway. So.
It means you're not on the webcam, though.
Ah, right. Yeah, that's probably.
Okay, we will kick off. So one of the things that I love about this is getting people to move around the cities. So our last 3 speakers, none of them were from Glasgow. We have had various Glasgow speakers over the what did I say? 5 times we've done this now in Glasgow, which is pretty cool. But I love getting people moving around the Scottish cities. So it's great that our last 3 speakers weren't from Glasgow, and our next speaker isn't either. So from Dundee Studio, pocket-sized hands, please give a non-pocket-sized hand, a very big hand, to Mr. John Duncanson.
Yeah, this is like the 3rd night I've been doing this talk. So like the check engine light is on my body and I can just like feel it flashing. Like if I was a car, you would be taking me for like an MOT or something by now. So yeah, I'm John. I'm a pocketeer at Pocket-Sized Hands. Gary, you no longer need to fire me for not saying that in the last 2 talks. If I do it now, I can retroactively fix that. We are a Dundee-based studio. We do VR, AR, console, like just everything. That's the best way I can put it. We do everything. And this is the most clickbaity talk title I could think of. It could be about various things. So let's narrow it down. What is this talk about? No, hang on, there's a wee thing here. Go away and... Oh, yeah. This is what this talk's about. It's about technical debt. There's like, cue the 3 programmers in the room cheering. See, there are some here tonight. So yeah, this is talk about technical debt. Now, when I was doing this talk, I told our production department, and our production department said, when I told them what my definition of technical debt is, which is this, I was told this definition is unreasonable. I disagree, but again, they know better because they do production. So I view it as the process by which a project eats itself alive by choosing quick and hard to maintain solutions in order to meet deadlines. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Let's use a better definition for this talk. The difference between what was promised and what was actually delivered, Atlassian's definition of it. And they make Jira, so I imagine they probably have a pretty good idea what technical debt is. Yeah, that's definitely not a comment I've written over my own code. So let's define some rules for technical debt as well. I was going to call them rules here, but maxims is more pretentious. So, seemed like it was a fun idea. First thing, longer a project exists, the more likely it is to take on technical debt. This seems kind of like a no-brainer. Like if you're running up to a deadline, you have to kind of just make the choice between maintainable or we'll ship. And that, that seems like, oh, that seems reasonable, John. That seems fine. Then start thinking about this in the context of, I don't know, live ops titles or titles that were never intended to be live ops titles, but became live ops titles. And then the technical debt just sticks around. Second thing, larger the project is, the more likely it is to have technical debt. This is pretty self-explanatory. The larger your project gets, the more likely you are to have to make decisions to meet deadlines. That's just how it goes. And final one, technical debt grows as more parts of a project build on top of it or around it. I kind of like to call this the poison ivy effect, where you have a wall, and the wall would be considered the technical debt here, and you can either build on, the poison ivy can either grow on top of it or all around it. I've seen the kind of code that this makes. It is not great because you usually end up with 3 different solutions to the same problem, and none of them work the way you think they do. So impacts of technical debt. No, most obvious one, hard to maintain a project. We don't like hard to maintain projects here. We like easy to maintain projects here. Secondly, time estimates for tasks can be inaccurate. This is really something that crops up when your producer asks you, like, is this going to be done this sprint? And you say, yeah. And they reply with, you said that 3 sprints ago. What's going on here? It's also a common source of bugs, because if you think something's implemented in a specific way or in a certain way, and then you run up against the limitations of that, you go, oh, well, I see, I'm going to have to fix this and all this mess that's come along with it. And the last one, the one that is closest to my heart, you have sad programmers who come into your stand-ups looking like that. If your programmers look like that, be concerned. So how do you solve this problem, right? Well, there are a few things that you can do. First thing, treat fixing technical debt like you're implementing features or any other part of the development process. Because again, you know, duh, I guess. Second thing, have automated testing. This is an artist illustration of what doing both of these things is kind of like, apparently. So how do you fix this part of the process? You identify the tasks, you prioritize and estimate the time to complete them, you fix the technical debt, and you repeat it as necessary. And your conversations with your producer is usually something like this. So automated testing. Why would you want to do that? Well, to catch its problems automatically, as you probably would have guessed. It's especially useful for tracking regression for bugs. So if you have a way of making a test case that will reproduce a certain bug, it means that every time when you build anything subsequent to that and you run this testing, you will know if this bug is going to crop up again. Again, this isn't an easy thing to do, but it's something that if you can do, it's brilliant. And if you're already doing it, brilliant. Otherwise, I feel like I come across like that whenever I bring it up at the pub. This last slide is kind of just for me. Stuff I wish I had known after onboarding onto a project that had a pretty fair amount of technical debt. So first of all, start small. Operate on the simplest part to fix. And by simplest, I don't just mean, this is the most straightforward mechanic in the game. I'm talking literally something that you can silo off from the rest of the project and operate on that bit first. Do this, the low-hanging fruit first. It will, save you so much time, and it will also, start getting the ball rolling. Secondly, you won't be able to fix it all at once. I tried. You can't. And you don't need to have 100% test coverage over your entire code base immediately. You only need the bits that you're operating on to be tested against. We often treat code in this industry like it's written on stone tablets, when realistically it's not like, it shouldn't be treated like that at all. It should be evolving and changing with the project, right? And testing helps you do that. Secondly, make it an ongoing process. Keep track of your technical debt. We have a color-coded spreadsheet for ours. It uses a traffic light system. So red means that this is technical debt we found, but we haven't yet investigated how to fix it. Orange means it's being investigated and or being actioned on. Green means, yeah, we fixed it. And magenta means it's a core part of the project. We can't get rid of it. Oops. And investigating how you might fix this stuff is better than doing nothing about it, because it's a bit like flossing. You have to do it every day. The easy bit is just doing it. The hard part is doing it, every day, or so I'm told by my dentist. Thank you for listening. This has been awesome.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is from the charity Special Effect that we've supported a few times. A number of you that have been to these before have already given generously. Last night we held the raffle. We raised £3,500. I know some people in this room donated to that. I know some people even won some prizes last night, so congratulations. But we raised £3,500. And over the last couple of years, when we've done something called One Special Night, which was part of what last night was, over the last 3 years, we've raised £20,000 for this amazing charity. We're really grateful to have tonight Nick Streeter from the charity that's come up to tell us a little bit more about them. As I said, the raffle is closed, but if anybody still wants to donate, any of the folks on check-in we'll still happily take donations, or if you go online to raffle.gamestalks.live, you can still donate to the Just Giving page that will take you to. But meantime, let's find out more about Special Effect from Mr. Nick Streeter.
Thanks, Colin. Thank you for every single one of you who have been part of the Special Effects story over the last 15 years. So many of you in this room in the industry who have made Special Effects what it is. Those who don't know about us, there's a little picture there of Wilson. So he's a prime example of somebody that we help. So basically, the power of play with Shahid, we're going to do an amazing talk later on. Talked about last night. We talked about that. It's like the difference it makes. I know this is preaching to the church, but it's more than games. It's quality of life. And Wilson there, who's got cerebral palsy, we help with a setup to play with his dad, play with his brother, and just have fun. Last night, I'm not sure the video tonight, but there was an amazing Dundee student called Becky, who we've supported over many years. So a Special Effect, it's not a case of there's a bit of equipment, see you later. It's often lifelong support, and Becky's a shining example of what's possible. We've supported over many years. She's helped us to develop a version of Minecraft. So I've got iMine2, our own games that's played across the globe, totally for free. So business people in the room, it's a rubbish business model. So we don't charge for anything, and we never will. It's part of Tenement. It's about giving the gift of play to people. And I speak the Special Effect dad. Lucky my daughter Chloe, who's now 15, she's helped since the chat was started. Her condition has improved with physio and medication. But we can't go on bike rides. We can't play football. But when it comes to any game, she kicks my backside, which he's well entitled to. I just want to share this. So this is little Samuel. To the left, this is with his dad John. So during lockdown, he did his own 9K run. He got messages from Mo Farah. He's an amazingly brave little lad. And to the right, he loves FIFA, and he loves many, many games, and he can compete on that level playing field. Mainly children and adults that we help, people of all ages. There was a lady called Brenda who's 72 who we helped recently to game. It's like those kinds of stories. You make that possible. We can never thank you enough. But I'll stop now so you can hear Charlotte, Samuel's mum, say a little bit about what happened.
And he came up with this wonderful line of that he said to me and my husband. He said, "Keep moving forward, because that's what heroes do," and it just stuck.
So tell us about Samuel.
Samuel is 9. In fact, he'll be 10 at the beginning of next week. He was born very, very early and was told that he would be unlikely to survive. And unfortunately, when he was 3 days old, he had a massive stroke. And that has meant that he's had numerous brain surgeries in his little life. And it has left him with very little use of his right side of his body. He's super determined, and will always try and find a way to overcome an obstacle.
Charlotte, could you tell us how this very special charity, Special Effect, has helped you and helped Samuel?
So a couple of years ago, Samuel was, 7, turning 8, and he, just like any little boy at that age, wanted to be able to play computer games. He, we tried, and we'd sit and we'd have to do the right-hand controls for him, and he could do the left hand. But it never felt very intuitive. And then we stumbled across the charity Special Effect, and they got back to us and said, "Yeah, we can definitely help." Samuel had expressed a wish to be able to play Nintendo Switch and particularly FIFA. So they very kindly said, "Yeah, okay, we can provide that to Samuel."
Could you tell us a bit about Samuel's character? He's obviously a hugely determined boy.
He's always so happy and so optimistic. He's in quite a bit of pain at times, and it's very difficult to remember that because he's always so upbeat. And he came up with a wonderful line of that he said to me and my husband. He said, "Keep moving forward, because that's what heroes do." And it just stuck. And I thought, what a wise line for such a small person.
Charlotte, can you tell us how important that day was when you found out about Special Effect?
To say they have literally changed our life, it is completely true. That is what has happened. It has given Samuel something that he can do and something that he enjoys on a day-to-day basis. It's just wonderful to see children and adults, and the reason for adults, just have that little spark, that light, where they feel that they can do something that they didn't think they could ever do. And he came up with...
That's the kind of difference that you make. can never honestly believe 16 years ago when I was 15, when I was in the pub with Dr. Mix, I got this mad idea, and it's like the way where it's come. It's like because of you people, you're part of it. We feel very proud to be part of the gaming industry, and the fact that we're going from this little charity, and we're only relatively small. I think I don't know what a micro studio size is, but there's 23 of us now. Physios, we've got our R&D department, 2 people, but kind of the difference that you make. Help us make, it's just it's your charity, it's not our charity, and the stories are just for me particularly touching, and it's been some lovely things this week, and this is an amazing series of events, so well done Colin, everybody involved. During the pandemic we actually did something mad and we launched our own games. So iGaze Games has been launched, has been very successful, and that's all free. So basically people are now playing our games in over 30 countries. When I say our games, I just talk about it, clever people who make them. So in the middle there's something called Catty. So Catty had locked-in syndrome that you might have heard of, the Diamond Bell and the Butterfly, the film, is that kind of condition. So she's got locked-in syndrome, and she was able to play eye-control chess against Lucinda in Surrey. See that, which is just a magical moment, and say it's all free. Please go and check it out. Anybody who could be helped. And that's the thing. I've done talks before at studios where people in the audience have got relatives, friends, not just then, but at a later date that we'll be able to help. We don't charge, and people don't stop being disabled at 5 o'clock. So if we need help, go to the website and we'll try and help all we can. And the great news is that we've now got some website improvements to iGaze Games. So Gazy Golf, Mole Miners, Open Drive. There's some real lovely games that form escapism, and just the feedback's been fantastic. Also, like a big development for us is we've had loads of inquiries about accessibility and what have you, and we focus on motor, and we distilled this into our virtual dev kit, which has got some lovely feedback. And the best bit this week has been lots of highlights. As last week when 3 people come up from different developers and said, "Oh, we're already using that." I thought that is so great. And the fact that I can go back and tell Bill and Francis that this happening, that's just so lovely. And it's been localized into Japanese and into French and Spanish, because we're getting lots of, there's not many of us, but the impact that we've had, and the fact that people want to do it, there's the will, just so amazing. We've also got our free resource, our Game Access website. That's been localized as well. So there's loads of videos there that people can learn from. And I would say we're not campaigners or catalysts. Go and take a look. You could. We're not saying that you should. We just want to do it in a very British way and show by example. We've been a lot of games, indies, through to the likes of Rare and Playground and Forza have been involved in taking stuff that we've taken and say we don't charge. We're just giving you advice and best practice from working with people day in, day out. And the best news is that we're back out on the road. You can see that there's Sachin there and Liz in PPE working at a intensive care unit in the southwest, and it's just very important now that we take precautions, and we do virtual assessments are great, but it's nothing quite the same as face to face when our therapists can see different movements. And so 4 examples here of people that we help. This is relatively locally. So top left is Brian, and Brian's got muscular dystrophy. And his condition changes. You see his switch set up there in terms of each person's a project to a certain extent. There are things that are relevant to particular conditions. So we might have, when we do assessments, virtual in place, if they're into football, that we try and tailor it to their interests, so they're motivated. And Brian's a fantastic example. There's Lily top right I think she's from the West Coast. Want to play, she's over palsy, wants to play with her friends and with her siblings. We made that happen. Finley, a personal favourite of mine, was I'm friends with his mum and dad up in Aberdeen. Loves his FIFA. We first working when he was 11, and now he's 17 now. Mad Rangers fan, mad FIFA fan. And when FIFA's coming out, he's like, we managed to get him a code for me, so he could play just on the morning and the evening with his friend. And to the right, there's Rebecca from Northern Ireland, who's got a form of Parkinson's disease. She loves Lara Croft, and I don't know if you can see from that side of the picture, but a specialised setup. So every person's a project, and it's kind of the difference that it makes. And everybody's competitive. Yeah, you want to beat your siblings. So when we see, the best thing therapists told me is that when they set somebody up and then they say goodbye to somebody and they're in another world playing, and they just walk out the door and they know a good job's done, and that's a magic moment. And also something else has happened is that I'll just go back on Brian. He actually works in the industry. He's a researcher for Sports Interactive, So lovely. In a few occasions, a lot of them it's been bound by confidentiality, but we've helped people in the industry, and that's what we're here to do. Also, a project called Bubble Busters. So somebody from the games industry saw a bit of tech from Norway that was used as a virtual mascot when Everton, my team, played a few years ago. And basically, the young lad Jack was too poorly to be a mascot, but he was a mascot on the pitch, and he went into the press conference and what have you. The person in question from a big publisher saw this, emailed. I thought that's an interesting project, and it developed more. There was a young lad in the northeast called Sam, who sadly passed away. And he, the boy in the bubble, so he's an amazing cartoonist, and what he created this world. And basically, he could be at school with his robot, AV1 robot. It would light up and kind of answer questions. So you have that sense of connection. And this project has been helping. I think it cost about £150,000 last year, but it's worth every penny. And there's Sarah in there who's like her leukemia is she's okay now. But her little robot David, there, and her friends took it on walks. So it's that sense of connection, and she's mad on the games as well. And there's so many examples. But without the support of you people, those projects wouldn't be possible. And there's loads of other things that we're doing. But obviously, games are the big focus. But technology and inclusion is just everything. So this is Wilson again. For me, kind of what his mum says there. We can't thank you enough. This is a boy who loves his games. It's possible to try a normal controller. Then this incredible charity stepped in and proved this adaptation. It's kind of that kind of stuff. I mean, it's you that made that happen, and the passion, the friendship. Just can't thank every single person that goes with you enough. We're 15 years old now, which not stopped yet. And thank you for this incredible week. Also, today's our big event, and you guys have been amazing. And yeah, just and what I would say as well, this event is pretty special, Colin. Kind of in the sense of community, it's like you've got something really special here, and well done to every single person, every sponsor, and every person who's come, and well done, Colin. You're a great man, and well done to everybody for being part of this amazing industry, which we're proud to be part of. I think I'm just about on time. Yes.
Brilliant, thank you, Nick. Any time Nick plays any of the special effect videos, I just well up. The work they do just makes such a difference. And I think I said this before, but I'm sometimes conscious that we just make games, and I look at people that are doing allegedly more worthy jobs, doctors or nurses or politicians, maybe not a good example. Other people that you think have a massive impact on society, but as you'll hear from some of our speakers later on, the work we do also has a massive impact. And then when you look at how special effect make our work basically accessible to people that can really benefit from it because they're limited in what they can do, it's just mind-blowing. So if you would still like to donate, this slide hasn't been updated. There are no raffle tickets. However, the donations are still open. If you go to raffle.gamestalks.live, that'll take you to the Just Giving page. However, even if you can't donate, just by being here tonight, you've made this event sustainable because it's attracted publishers and sponsors. And that in itself has let us run this raffle and raise, it was the $3.5 grand last night, 20 grand over the last couple of years. Just by being here, you've helped. So thank you so much. So we'll go into a break. We'll come back with our next bunch of speakers in half an hour. See you shortly. Okay, folks, if you grab a seat, we'll kick off in just another minute.
Oh, you're going up now? Oh, they were all annoyed. They were like, what are you doing? We have to do.
It's part of the fun.
Your food will probably be better though.
All right, so I can probably do it. I can probably do it, actually. Yeah, don't worry, I'll do it. Yeah. Okay, folks, grab a seat, please. This is great. There's like 4 venues around Scotland that can control all the lights, the sound system, everything. This is great fun. I'm going to be a nightmare on my next night out. Great. Okay, we will now crack on with our next set of speakers. However, first, what I would like to do is have someone introduce herself to you properly. So Sarah has been running around taking photographs and videos of the speakers and of all you lovely people generally. She'll make a little montage video that will go up online sometime soon just to summarize these events. So please give a warm welcome to Sarah Gatland.
So I saw Colin bending down to the microphone, but it's still too tall for me. So so I'm Sarah. I'm taking mainly videos of you guys, and I have a background in film production and cinematography. I did a degree down south a few years ago, and I'm actually graduating from a music degree tomorrow morning, so straight from here to there. No, that's less relevant. That's what I'm doing. So mainly when people think of video game videos, because I make videos for whoever wants them. So at the moment I'm working with a young carers charity down south, but then I also do a lot of videos for Train Simulator, and you would mainly think of sort of like cutscene. People always say, oh, do you make cutscenes then? But I actually do a lot of behind the scenes. So talking to the devs, talking to the artists, or anyone who's part of your team, and putting together something with like gameplay footage or showing what you're doing inside Blender and showing like wireframes and things like that. Just so that you can get, it is really helpful for putting on like social media and getting more traction to your game. So if you're like a little indie game and you're trying to get a little bit more social media material, then come have a chat with me and we can see like, even if you're not like trying to hire me out, just come and I love chatting about like what your ideas are and what people can do. And I just love media in general. So please come and have a chat, no matter how big or small. I'm pretty versatile. So thank you.
Perfect. Do grab Sarah in the next break. Next up, we have another speaker that has travelled especially to be here. He spoke last night in Dundee. He's a programmer at Hyperluminal Games. So please give a warm welcome to Owen Mulvena.
So hello, I'm Owen. I'd like to just quickly talk about soft skills in game development. Now, don't worry if you haven't heard what that term is before. I actually didn't hear it till I was about a year and a half into the games industry. And I think to start describing what it is, I'm going to first look at its counterpart, which is hard skills. So what a hard skill is, it's a lot of the sort of technical side of what we do kind of every day. It's the sort of things like using tools and game engines and system design, kind of 3D modeling, programming, kind of testing games, all that kind of stuff. That's hard skills, the kind of the practical side. It's often what's on the job role you've been hired for. It's often why you define your role at the company by. And so those hard skills are what a lot of people think of when they think of game development. On the other side of that, though, is soft skills. So what soft skills are, they tend to be a bit more nebulous, a lot harder to define, which is a struggle because that's what I'm trying to do. But it's often based on sort of more interpersonal side of game development, a lot of the personal process, your attitude toward things, the way you interact with people. And the big kind of 3 examples you'll see a lot, and there's more examples in this, but this is sort of a good sort of summation of them, is communication, leadership, and teamwork. And that sort of like gives you quite a good idea about the kind of things soft skills are. So the way you interact with other people, the way you communicate, the leaders of teams, and like just generally working in a team. So with all that stuff in mind, it's quite easy to see that they're kind of like, it's quite a loose definition, isn't it? So it kind of got me thinking, based on soft skills being kind of the stuff that isn't a hard skill almost, it seems to be how it's defined, anything you're doing kind of people to people, a lot of the stuff we do, maybe we don't think about as soft skills, the things that they kind of, we do that means that we're kind of talking to people, we're doing other things. So it got me thinking, what else could be a soft skill? And there's quite a hard line you can kind of try and draw between hard skills and soft skills. So going kind of a level below, you can get to problem solving. Is that a hard skill? Is that a soft skill? Well, to maybe a QA engineer or a programmer, that could be a hard skill. It's often on job descriptions. It's the kind of thing you're doing and as part of your kind of technical work. But at the same time, you're solving interpersonal problems. You're often kind of trying to resolve stuff with producers and other things. I think problem solving is a soft skill kind of universally, even if parts of it do apply in a hard skill context. There's also writing concise documentation. That might sound like a hard skill for maybe designers, but in general, when you're trying to put your brain into sort of the mindset of your teammates, trying to write in a way that's useful to people and trying to understand and really step into the shoes of who the documentation is for, that's an interpersonal thing. That's a soft skill. You're trying to help team members and work as a team with people. Stuff like public speaking, and not just what I'm doing right now, but kind of getting up in front of a team and kind of pitching ideas, asking questions, being able to talk to kind of the rest of the company at all hands, that kind of thing. That's a really important soft skill, and it's something that I think you might not think of immediately when you think of soft skills. And kind of from that point, I got to the point where I was thinking, well, even deeper than that, what else do we kind of do that we don't even consider skills at all? And so the kind of stuff that got me thinking about that was things like giving and receiving criticisms and critiques. That's kind of something that we all kind of do in the games industry, and it's something that's really important to kind of improve. But it's really hard. I'm personally very bad at both sides of that. But it's something that I'm working on and everyone can get better at. Other things like connecting and understanding people. It's stuff like networking, what we're doing, kind of interpersonal, kind of understanding how people work, or how to talk to each other, and how to kind of give people tasks that kind of make sense for them. That's a really important soft skill, but you never really think about that as an immediate skill. And things like utilizing meetings effectively. A lot of the time, I'm sure, hopefully, you've all been in a meeting that's gone really, really well, and you've got kind of people in the meeting that are really good at kind of making sure everything flows in the right way, you're solving the problems, you've kind of got action points at the end. But conversely, unfortunately, we've probably all been in meetings that have gone horribly and you're going away grumpily, and the things that you tried to kind of get out of the meeting you didn't achieve. 100% meetings are a skill. It's a weird thing to say sometimes, but when you see that go well, you can just see how much of a skill it is to kind of make sure a meeting flows how you want it to. So it kind of sounds like I'm saying everything's a soft skill, and I sort of am. A lot of the things we do in game development are soft skills in the end of the day. But when we start to think about things, it's like everything's a soft skill. It's really cool to kind of think about that, because it means that we can improve on them. We can get better at these things. A lot of time it's talked as like an innate concept where you're able to you're just born good at talking to people. And it's not true. You have people that kind of through their life get better at things, but they are all skills and the things you can improve on. And what's also cool is when you start to think about things outside of kind of your day-to-day kind of work, a lot of the stuff in the sort of like periphery of game development is a soft skill as well. So just for a quick second, could all CEOs and managers close your eyes and ears, don't worry about it. So employee organizing and salary negotiation, I'd say, are also really important soft skills. But open your eyes and stuff. We're just talking about making the company more money. Don't worry about it. It's completely fine. So soft skills, overall, I think they're really, really, really important. It's sort of the glue in between all the hard skills. You can have people working away at all their individual tasks. Without those soft skills in between, they're not going to get together into a game. The game development side of things is building that game through soft skills, connecting all the hard skills and the products and the things that people make through those hard skills. You need to use soft skills to kind of achieve that. So hard and soft skills, I find, a lot of people say they're equivalent. They're kind of things that everybody needs both of, and they're things that people kind of strive to do both of, and that's true, and I think it's really important to have both. However, I do feel that soft skills might be more important than hard skills. And the reason I say that is that as I've kind of spent more time in the games industry and the longer I've worked at games companies, increasingly I noticed that while I was still trying to get really better at hard skills and still trying to improve in that area, the things that were becoming more and more useful to me, the things that were becoming more and more important, the things that kept coming up that I needed to do, were all soft skill stuff. Every time I noticed a problem, every time that something went wrong, it was all to do with soft skills. So over the years I've worked in the industry, I've noticed over and over and over again, the things I needed to get better at, the things I wasn't doing well enough, and the things I needed to improve on the most were soft skills. And over the time, the longer I've been there and the kind of more important you get, the more things you start doing, soft skills become increasingly important. Every single kind of like section or new thing you do in the industry, soft skills are doubly important. So that's been really interesting. I'm not saying that's a universal concept. I'm sure different roles and different people have had different experiences, but just my own self and my own career, I've noticed that soft skills are something that I've improved on and noticed I wasn't doing well enough and really, really helped me. I think it's been hopefully successful in me trying to improve them. So a good example I like to use to illustrate that is sort of when you're hiring people, and I've been on both sides of interviews, I've kind of interviewed people, and when you're kind of doing that, a lot of the time, if you have two candidates and one of them's a bit of a sort of cowboy programmer, they're really, really, really good, one of the best programmers you've maybe ever met, but they're a really bad communicator. They can't really work with other programmers as a team or other departments. They kind of struggle with all the soft skill side of things. And you've got another candidate who's kind of equally kind of like, he's, you know, can do the job quite well, but he's not like amazing or anything. But they have really, really good soft skills. And they're someone that's kind of really successful in the sort of soft skill realm. So that kind of person, I've noticed and definitely kind of encouraged, about 99.9% of the time, they are going to get the job over the really, really skilled and hard skills person. And that's because I think a lot of the time, soft skills just kind of are game development overall. It's the thing that really ties it all together. When you're making a game, sure, you can all be in your own individual kind of like departments, you know, working on whatever you're working on. You're building sort of parts of a game, but that doesn't become a game without soft skills. The soft skill side, communication, everything that's kind of involved in game development, the things that glue everything together, the things that make the processes work, are all soft skills. And that stuff is what powers a game. So I think there's two main points I'd like to kind of leave with people if there's anything you take away from this talk. And the first of those is that all these things I've talked about and like soft skills in general, they're skills. It's in the title, and it's something that I think it might not be a thing you realize. And as I talked about earlier, a lot of the things we don't even think of as skills are indeed soft skills. And we can get better at them. And I think that's incredible because, like, if you read any of the kind of corporate articles, it kind of speaks to them about like innate personality traits that you look for when you're hiring people. But that's not strictly true. People do struggle in different capacities with soft skills, but all of them you can get better at. And you really can, when you start changing your mindset and thinking about things that way, it's a noticeable change. You can really kind of start to look for in yourself what you're doing well, what you're not doing so well, and try and improve. And that's a really, really cool thing. And it really switches how you approach different parts of the job. The other thing I'd like to kind of impart is that overall, people make games. It's a great journalistic outfit, but also a really cool phrase. I think overall, we all work for companies. Some of us might be solo devs, but overall, there's kind of collections of people. And those are the people with the soft skills and the hard skills, and those people that kind of drive things forward. They build the game together, and they enable the process of creating art. And that's what we're ultimately trying to do a lot of the time. There's other motives and other reasons to be doing things, but together we're all making games, and that's the important thing. So thanks for listening. I've been Owen. I hope that was useful.
That was definitely useful, and that was definitely Owen. So please speak to him at the next break. Our next speaker asked, I'm assuming you want the same thing. I'll bring up your website. So excuse me. This breaks our technical capabilities because we have to move things around. And it might work. Wow, it might work. So our next speaker has come up from London. Actually, I can't lie. A lot of our speakers have come up, especially. She happened to be in Scotland anyway. And I'm not sure. She was in Scotland all week, but decided when I said about these events, she decided to give up most of her free week to come and talk at all of our events. So she was in Edinburgh on Monday night. She was in Dundee last night. And I'm really grateful. She's given up her Wednesday night as well to come here. She is an award-winning UI UX designer. She's on the BAFTA committee, and she has founded the amazing mentorship scheme Limit Break. So here to tell you more is Anissa Sanusi.
I quite like taking the mic off because I need to walk around. First of all, I'm really sorry. I've been drinking since 1 p.m. And also, this is like the third time I'm doing this talk. So Colin contacted me 2 weeks ago on fucking LinkedIn, of all things, and I never checked that shit. So I responded a week later. So this was all very last minute, which is why I don't have a deck. But you get to see my beautiful website for Limit Break. So I'm going to go through my history really quickly, and you'll see why. And then we're going to talk about limit breaking stuff, okay? So hello, my name is Anita Sanusi. I was born in April 20... I'm not going to give you the year. So, okay, I'm going to say this. Very young, my mother bought me Sailor Moon. That was the start of my anime phase, and I've blamed everything from then on my mother. I've got mommy issues. Early 2000s, I have played Pokemon at that point. I started playing Final Fantasy VII and Kingdom Hearts 2, and so begins the reason why I make really bad choices for the rest of my life from then on. 2008, I had my very first job at a bookstore. I wanted to take care of the manga section. They didn't let me. I got like the woo-woo bullshit stuff. I don't know, like self-help books. So that was my section. I was a really bad employee. I slept under the I did customer service, but I didn't want to talk to people, so I slept under the table. And then I went to university. I went to university for animation, and slowly things started becoming a bit more real for me. I was born in Southeast Asia, flew all the way to the UK. That's where so I went to Teesside University. It's not too far from here. Yay, Northerners. Anyway, Teesside was great, but also that was the first time I felt extremely foreign. I know it's weird to say that as a foreigner, but you don't realize that until you start speaking to people, and the first thing they say is, "Your English is really good." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks. You too." Yeah. So after university, I was in animation, so I wanted to be in film and TV, right? That was the thing. I wanted to be a Disney animator. I wanted to be I don't know, whatever the fuck the big thing was at the time. I went to Annecy. I spoke to studios. I really wanted a job in animation, but there was just none of that. So I ended up in video games. Like, what the fuck is that? That was really weird. With video games, though, my first job was a 2D artist, okay? So as a 2D artist, the person who hired me, she was a woman. This comes in later. So that was my first job, and I really liked it. Like, I wasn't sure what to expect. My first project was on a PS Vita game, and it was great. That was the first time that I was the only woman on like a team of 30-ish guys, okay? And at the time, I was still quite young, and I was very colorblind, but for sex. Wait, that sounded weird. I'm sorry. What I mean was that I did not care, right? I was the whole like, yeah, like it's fine. Like I'm one of the boys. Like we can have fun, and we did. But there was one manager that we hired, and he became like my manager's manager of sorts, and he would pick on me a lot to the point where like that was the first job that I would lock myself in the bathroom just to cry. And I remember one day I came in literally 20 minutes from coming into work, I was already crying in the bathroom. And the thing that annoyed me was that when I went out, came back to my desk, everybody, all the other boys, they've seen my face. Like my eyes was puffy, my nose was red. Like it's very obvious what I've been doing. And no one gave a shit. No one asked. No one said anything. Until one night I was working late because, hey, at the time crunch was normal. Don't do crunch anymore, please. But it was only me and the woman who hired me. So she was kind of like in management. So she wasn't like my direct manager, but we happened to stay late one night, and she was opposite me, and she was like, she noticed, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, I didn't want to say anything. I was young. That was my first job. Eventually, though, I did mention it. And fast forward a few months, turns out the dude that picked on me, who was like, he was older. He was like in his 50s or something, been around for ages, fucking dinosaur. He left the company. I'm not sure in what terms, like I didn't care, but he left, and I was just relieved. and it was like it was a party. It was a company party, and the female art manager, she came up to me, very drunk, bless her, just like, hey Anissa, like, how are you doing? How are you feeling? That kind of thing. And I was honest. I'm like, you know what? Like, ever since he left, I feel like I could do my job again. Like I could breathe again. And he was like, that's me. I did that. I was like, really? Shit, yeah. Like you shouldn't be putting up with that, you know? Like that's like awful behavior that he was picking on you and just you and stuff. And I was like, so yeah. And so this is like burned in my memory. She would say like, do you know why though? Do you know why that he picked on you? And I was like, I don't know why. And he was like, because you're a woman. And I was like, fuck off. Nah. She was like, no, unfortunately, that's kind of how it is. And unfortunately, like, I saw it, but no one else did. So it took another woman to point it out to me. It took another woman to stand up for me. And I remember from then on, I was very young, by the way, like I was like 23. I'm still young now. Shh. I remember thinking, like, if I were ever a manager of somebody, or at least in some position of power, I'm going to do my best to protect that person, you know? Because, like, no one else did. And these are the people that I thought were my colleagues, my brothers, like the people that I hung out with, like lunch breaks and, you know, after work we went for drinks, blah, blah, blah. None of them spoke up for me. And that made me really think, like, maybe the problem is just me, you know? So anyway, fast forward to my next job. That was shit as well. That was for other reasons, though. If you recall, I'm a foreigner, so I had like a lot of visa issues. And that was really difficult to talk to people about because no one else that I spoke to had visa issues because everybody's either from here or from the EU, you know, pre-Brexit times when it was easy to hire people outside of the EU. Yeah. So no one knew my pressures of this fear of getting deported. And it's a huge jump, isn't it? When you think like, oh, I just do a slightly bad job at work and then suddenly you'll get deported. But for me, that jump is extremely real. Like that consequence for me is real and it could happen. And I was stressed about it. It took so many years off my life for ages. And it was so difficult for me to find somebody who could relate to me. I found a few people, sure, but that wasn't, like, it wasn't enough, you know? I felt like I had too many parts of me that I needed someone to talk to about specific bits. You know, one, being a woman in games, that alone is really difficult. Two, being a person of color / foreigner, that is also a whole issue in itself. Three, somebody in UI UX. So I did UI UX, right? I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have a senior or a lead UI person to teach me how to do UI. I was self-taught. And I'm proud of myself that I was self-taught, but I needed a fucking validation to tell me, like, is this right? Like, am I doing this right? Like, yeah, we made a game and it shipped, but like, you know, a lot of games shipped like really badly. So how the fuck do I know if I did something right? You know, processes, like how to even name files. Like, how do I use like Unity? I had to learn on the fucking job for the first 3 months when I started working in mobile games. Prior to that, I had to learn fucking Flash. I learned Flash in 2 days for an art test, and I did it. I got it. Great. But no idea if I did it right or not. So I was constantly self-doubting myself, right? So, anyway, I did a lot of stuff in the games industry. Sorry if I'm rambling. I have a timer to tell me to shut up in like 2 minutes, but I'm not going to do that. Sorry. So, like, a lot of the stuff that I do in games, which is possibly some of you may have heard of me, is because I'm very fucking loud on Twitter. I like to tweet about a lot of stuff. It started with UI stuff, and then it slowly grew about, you know, more about diversity, equality, and things like that. And like this is not planned. These are just things that I just felt like I wanted to talk about and learn more from and learn from other people. The whole point of Twitter to me is to connect with other developers. So 2014, BAFTA crew happened. I joined, didn't know what it was, and I started meeting other people. So at the time I was in Cambridge. It was a very isolated time of my life in a sense that like I didn't meet anyone else outside of my own company. And that is it's weird because Frontier's fucking weird anyway. But I met other people who were my age-ish, around like my level, I want to say, my peers at the time. We were all new. We were all trying to figure out who we were, what we were. You know, sure, we were like, oh, I'm the 3D artist, I'm the programmer. But like, why are you in video games? Why are you doing this? Like, what's your goal? Like, do you want to do like really big titles? Do you want to do small ones? Do you go indie? Like, we were all in the same boat of like uncertainty, despite already getting in the industry, where so many people are still trying to break into it. It's kind of like a weird space. But these people were basically my peers, and networking events became friendship events for me. Like, I just wanted to see friends. Eventually, though, when I kept going to BAFTA stuff, I kept going to do events. That's when I caught the bug of like doing talks. I love talking about UI and UX, and the more I did it, the more like the bigger the conferences were. My very first one was like a tiny meetup with 30 people. It wasn't even about games. It was a UX meetup, and people were like talking about Windows applications and shit. And I was just like, here's Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Look how cool it is. And that kind of snowballed into me doing GDC. And to me, I was like, oh yeah, I did GDC. That has to be like, I peaked now. Like, I did it. I did a thing. But I was still fucking depressed as fuck and tired and just hated everything. I wasn't sure. Like, the worry about the visa never went away. The worry about being a woman never went away. The worry about being a foreigner. The worry about being this and that. At the time, turns out I had that undiagnosed ADHD at this time, so no wonder I was overthinking. But anyway, that shit never went away for a long time. And that's when I just realized, like, I needed to talk to somebody who was not my peers. Like, my friends were great. They were fucking lovely. But they were also so not equipped to handle my weird brain vomit. I don't know what to call it. So that was around the time that, okay, so I looked for help, like professional help. I got therapy. I'm still seeing the same person 5 years later. He's great. We're like besties now. I'm like, hey, Nigel, guess what happened this week? But the other thing was like, now we're getting to limit break. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. But now we're getting to I was like, there was this mentorship program in Australia that was popping fucking off. And the person who founded it, we were like Instagram friends. So I DM'd her and be like, I really wish this was in the UK, in London. And she was like, you should start one. And I was like, what the fuck? And then she ended up sharing with me her materials and how she started and all that. And that was like the core basis of Limit Break. So to put it simply, when I started Limit Break, the reason it succeeded at all, right, is because of years of me putting in a lot of effort into doing talks and networking people and forming really strong bonds with other women in the industry. The first, I want to say, dozen mentors on Limit Break were people that I made friends with in the last 5 years before Limit Break. They kind of, I showed them the idea. I was like, is this okay? Is this weird? I don't know. And they all said the same thing, which stuck to me until now, which is like, they'll read my little paper, my Google Doc thing of like what Limit Break would be like. And they all said like, oh shit, really wish I had this when I was younger. And that was it. That was enough for me to like keep going. So I launched Limit Break with purely social capital. I had no money. I had no influence. I have no power. But I did have friends. The power of friendship. Yay. I launched Limit Break and I assumed maybe 20, 40 people would join. But what ended up happening was, even with all the restriction of like London only and underrepresented genders only, which meant women, non-binary people, and also trans people, even with those constraints, I had 100 people signed up year one. And now, 2022, we are wrapping up our year four. And we have opened up to the entirety of the UK, and we opened up to LGBTQ, we opened up to people of color, and we had a record high of 1,114 people. There you go. Thank you. A lot of fucking work. But so that's the thing. And every year I kind of ask myself, do I want to continue this? Honestly, it's so much fucking work. It's so much, like, I have a fucking full-time job. Like, I still have to do so many things. This is a side fucking gig. It pays nothing. It's a non-profit. But every time someone comes up to me and say, hey, I'm part of Limit Break. I got my first job through my mentor. I'm like, all right, shit. I need to continue it. And then 2 more people come up and 3 more people come up. People keep coming up and tell me like how it positively impacted their careers. And you know what? Like, sometimes people don't even tell me in person. Sometimes they'll send anonymous emails and be like, hey, I managed to work through some past old traumas from my last workplace thanks to people that I met in Limit Break. And I was like, Yeah. So suddenly, you know, that question of like, what am I doing here in video games? You know, like I should be doing something with my life. Like maybe I should go into medical UX or something. I don't know. That question of purpose comes up a lot. And to be honest, I still want to make video games. Like it sometimes feels frivolous, especially in current climate, like politically and life, and like, you know, politicians are shit, climate change is happening, people are throwing soup and Van Gogh stuff. Like, what is happening? But every time someone tells me that, you know, they are in the industry that is a passion industry, we're all here because we love video games. We're all here because we played Final Fantasy VII at age 7 or whatever. Fuck you, Kingdom Hearts. So like, we're here because of that. So it pains me to hear if another girl is pushed out before she even graduates university because of her shitty, you know, male classmates, or somebody who did manage to break in and then within the first year is pushed out because of shitty manager, sexual harassment, fucking regular harassment. I don't know, all that shit. It happens. You have no idea the amount of stories that I get trauma dumped on me just because I started Limit Break, and I'm like, stop! I'm not a therapist. But anyway, that gives me a sense of purpose, because I think no matter what you think about the importance of video games in you know, the relative situation of the world is, it's kind of like what you do that matters, you know? So if you're, for me, my circle of influence is the stuff that I tweet. I happen to have a huge Twitter follower, so I try to be responsible with Twitter and tweet a lot of very good selfies. I'm kidding. No, I try to boost other people up. I try to talk about, you know, things that matter. And with my day-to-day, I try to speak up for the people that I work with, or, you know, with Limit Break. Sometimes shit happens. Sometimes a mentor-mentee relationship, it breaks down. My job is to hear out both sides, you know? So like, whatever it is that your sphere of influence is, do good in that. Do your best to help other people. Like, help yourself, help others, and, you know, especially if you're a guy, like, unfortunately, as a man, your voice actually does mean way more than my voice does. So we just need one guy in a room to like speak up for the other people, and suddenly everybody listens. Like, I could be shouting all day long, but I'm just like a loud, angry woman, and that's shit. So if there's, I am 7 minutes over, I'm so sorry. But like, if there's anything that you take from this, you know, find a mentor, give back in whatever form that you see fit, and please give me money. Limit Break is finished up for this year, but we are opening registrations next year in April. In between that, you can be a sponsor or just donate to us, or, you know, get me a drink.
Fantastic. What amazing work does she do? How cool is that? Let's give another round of applause, please. Okay, we only have one speaker left. However, it is our keynote speaker. We will take a break, but in that break, if you've not spoken to them already, please do speak to any of our speakers that have been up. We've just had Anissa that you need to grab from Limit Break. Previous to that, we had Owen from Hyperluminal Games. Before that, Nick from Special Effect, John, the programmer from Pocket Sized Hands, Andrew Berry from Axelbyte, Gwen Wozniak from Focus Entertainment, Ronan Sanford from Etherplay, Ryan Brown from Super Rare Games, Joshua Garrity from Secret Mode, Ed Valiente from Bitwave Games, Shannon McLaughlin from Tencent, Katie Mack from Square Enix, and Anna Mansi from BFI. What an amazing lineup we've had. I should have read that out loud before we started. I didn't realize it was so many. But maybe not everyone's still here, but if they are still here, grab them. This is your last break. Make the most of them being in Glasgow, please. And we'll see you in half an hour for our keynote speaker. Okay, folks, we'll kick off in again in another minute. If you can grab a seat, please. Grab a seat, please. Okay, folks, grab a seat, please. The lights are a brilliant volume control, aren't they? This is amazing. Okay, we at the end of we're at 7 hours of games industry networking and talks and hearing brilliant things and meeting brilliant people. How cool is this? If you want to keep chatting, if you can pop next door, because I want to make sure everyone that's in the room can focus on our next speaker. We have our keynote finally. This is fantastic. He has traveled up from just outside London, especially. He is touring around all this week. So on Monday, I'm losing track of the days. Monday, he came to Edinburgh. Tuesday, he spoke in Dundee. Last night, he's here in Glasgow tonight. We're doing this again in Belfast tomorrow. And I think there's about 12 of us on the flight over to Belfast in the morning. And I'm really grateful our keynote speaker is joining us on that. This man has been named one of Games Industry International's top 10 people of the year and one of the top 100 influencers in the British games industry. He was one of Develop's 25 people that changed games. He was one of MCV Britlist's 100, and he received Develop's Publishing Hero Award for his team's role in opening PlayStation up to developers and for commissioning games like No Man's Sky, Hellblade, The Persistence, Velocity 2X, Hotline Miami, Rogue Legacy, and over 100 others. His strategic content initiative helped to establish countless developer and publisher success stories. This guy is a legend. We've got him here in Glasgow. Please give a very Glasgow welcome to Mr. Shahid Ahmed.
Good evening, Glasgow. It's the third night of my Whistle Stop UK tour, and for the first time in my very long life, I know what it feels like to be a rock star. It's Wednesday, so it must be Glasgow. I actually said that in a meeting on Zoom today, and it felt epic. Too wasted on sleep deprivation to trash the hotel room, but there's still time. So, I have a question for you. I can deliver one of two talks. I can give you the dry, short, pompous, up my own ego talk, which will be slightly shorter and you can get out quicker. Or I can be relaxed, a little bit off guard, and most definitely sweary. Which will it be? Sweary! Fucking get in. Okay, so let's do it relaxed. So first thing I want to say, two lovely young men greeted me earlier and did that whole, oh, delighted to meet a legend thing, which I cannot stand. I mean, what the fuck do you say to that? You know, I just do code and, you know, I help developers and I've done publishing and whatever. What do you even say to that? Someone taught me, don't know, about 10 years ago, just be gracious. There's no way you can win in that scenario, right? Just be gracious. Say, oh, thank you. All the while you're thinking, what the fuck are you saying? I'm just like you, you know. I take craps just like you. Anyway, but the worst thing about it is you're looking at them, right, and you're thinking, oh shit, I've forgotten their names, right? And then you're thinking, do I look down at their badge? Do you do this? And you're thinking, oh, hold on a minute. See, you know, it's not always appropriate to look at a person's midriff, right? Or certainly to descend down the chest line and look them up and down. So I don't do it. So I've got an idea. Why don't we all start doing this? That'd be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Now you can look me in the eyes and know exactly what my name is and not fucking mispronounce it for the 1,000th time. Right, let me tell you why I love Glasgow. When I was 4 years old, which is ancient history, my dad, an immigrant to this country, supported Celtic. We lived in London. I don't know why he supported Celtic, but he drank a lot. So So that was my first exposure. And then, of course, I'm a Liverpool fan. Any Liverpool fans in here? This is the wrong town, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, I get the whole Liverpool Celtic connection thing, but wait a minute, I also have a connection to Rangers, and I'll explain that shortly. Is there anyone into football? I know no one in game dev, whatever, is into football. Any football fans at all? Okay. Any Celtic fans? Any Rangers fans? Okay, so let's forget about the Celtic stuff. So, Celtic because, well, I'm going to say the Celtic stuff. Like Celtic because we got Kenny Dalglish from Celtic and we got Virgil van Dijk from Celtic. But I like Rangers because our hard man Souness played for Rangers. And if you ever watch his most brutal tackles on YouTube, they were all done in his Rangers era. And they were epic, leg-breaking stuff. And then, of course, Gerrard was here at Rangers as well. But I'll tell you why I really like Glasgow. Because earlier on, I was absolutely famished. It was about 6 o'clock. I hadn't eaten since breakfast. And I thought, what shall I go for? And you know, the cultural thing to do for a man of the world like me, who's traveled everywhere, is to find a really good restaurant and find somebody to dine with. But no, I like hitting the junk. So I find a Taco Bell. dirty Taco Bell. Anyway, I went into the Taco Bell and asked the unaskable, do you do halal meat? Yes, sir. Everything here is halal. Fuck me, this is my town. I need to move here. Because there isn't a single halal food place, halal food Taco Bell in London, or anywhere near it for that matter. And then a lady proudly announces that this is probably the only Taco Bell in the whole of the UK that does an all halal menu. Epic. That's it. So, you know, everyone's so friendly as well. So yeah, I'm moving up. Maybe. Colin asked me to do a cheery talk because it's the last one of the day. Let's go through this quite quickly. It ain't cheery. I never listened to Colin. This is about my life. And this is about fathers and sons. And this is also about you. I started my video games career 40 years ago this year. And it began after a childhood of extreme poverty, of racism, of bullying, of almost terminal illness. And I hated my life and I wanted to die. I told you this wasn't going to be cheery. It will get better. So I started bunking off because school was crap. Hasn't really got much better, has it? Not for some people. But back then it was crap for a lot of people, particularly for me. But something happened. Although I was incredibly bright, I didn't find anything I wanted to do at school. And I found computers boring at school as well, because we had to literally scribble black pencil marks into punch cards. And there was a programming language called Cecil. And then our little stack of punch cards would get sent off to the data center, processed, sent back to us, marked up with errors, like a week later. That's not fun. But then my mum bought me one of these. I'm cutting an extremely long story short because we haven't got all bloody night, have we? She bought me this amazing computer and my life was completely and utterly changed. And I spent every waking moment doing 72-hour sessions on black coffee, no food, as a type 1 diabetic. I don't recommend it. We call it crunch nowadays. Back then it was amazing. I don't recommend crunch, by the way, but it was self-induced. And I think self-induced diabetic ketoacidosis is absolutely fine from time to time. For me, not for anyone else, not recommending it, not good. Anyway, my dad was against it. Did I mention that my parents were divorced? Oh, and that we're brown, in case you couldn't tell. It was bad enough being divorced back in 1974. I know I've jumped back a few years. Don't worry, we're coming back to 82 in a minute. So in 74, my parents got divorced. I became type 1 diabetic in 74. I became an asthmatic in 75, nearly died half a dozen times between 74 and 76, which wasn't cool. And this is what brought me back to life. My mum getting me this. My dad was against it. They were divorced, as I said, probably too many times. I told you it's going to be lighthearted. And he basically thought it was really frivolous. He wanted me to do my studies. He thought I was throwing my life away. Now, 1982, yeah, it was a different planet. Polaroid cameras weren't ironically cool. They were actually cool. And we used to take our disposable snapshot cameras with a film inside to a chemist to have them developed. And then we'd have snaps returned to us in 2 days. So, yeah, there was no sending of intimate pictures in those days because everything went through a developer, right? And so the chemist was our Photoshop. Yeah, that's a boomer joke. I knew you wouldn't get it. Computers weren't on desks. You go into an office and it was like pencils, files, papers, sometimes your typewriter. But the computers were these big, enormous boxes, huge things that we call server rooms now, but they were the things that would have one enormous computer that had less power than the Commodore 64 that you see over here. Didn't have any of those. They weren't a thing. Mobile phones, never mind smartphones weren't a thing. CD players weren't a thing, never mind streaming. And we didn't have the World Wide Web, so we went to libraries, which of course kind of being destroyed one by one at the moment. And now we have a brown PM. Yay. That's going to fix racism, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, I said I wasn't going to be political. I lied. So yeah, no GPS, no consumer GPS anyway. It's still military tech. So we had to use paper maps. There you go. There's something that's ironically cool now. But we didn't even have caller ID. Does anyone know what caller ID was back in those days? Back in those days, you had to actually dial 1471. And even that didn't exist back in those days. Someone called you and you missed the phone. You were screwed. Flat screen TVs weren't a thing. Satellite TV, cable TV wasn't a thing. Nighttime TV wasn't a thing. So, as I say, 1982, different planet. My dad quips to my mum, and he does this in Punjabi, but he says, anyone here speak Punjabi, by the way? Oh, great. 3 nights in a row, not a single person speaks Punjabi except me. Actually, tell a lie, somebody yesterday did speak Punjabi. I came up afterward and said, I didn't want to be the only one who said I speak Punjabi. And Punjabi's dying out, basically, compared to Urdu. I bet there's an Urdu speaker. No, I'm not going to even ask. No Urdu speakers, right? You've got to sort out the representation here. Important. Oh, sorry, we can't do that because we got Suella Braverman now. She wants to send us to Rwanda or wherever. Not political at all, I did say. So he said, I'm making monkeys dance on the screen. That's all I'm doing. That's how I'm wasting my life. And that, in case you hadn't noticed, is kind of like a monkey dancing on the screen. But I wasn't going to stop. I was possessed. I was in love. Although there was nothing around to support me. There was no industry or anything. You know, it was just a fad according to everybody else. But I was never, ever going to give this up. Yes, you just got rickrolled. 12 years later. So here are a couple of monkeys who are, in fact, multimillionaires, because this, in case you don't recognize it, is Donkey Kong Country, which on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System in 1994 sold over 9 million copies. So suddenly, here we have something that's becoming an industry, right? People are beginning to take this seriously. And when something like entertainment becomes an industry, it starts to seep into the culture, especially with the arrival of a new player, a little player you might have heard of called PlayStation. They start doing things like Wipeout. And suddenly it's culture. And my dad, I think at this point, starts to accept that, you know what, maybe I'm in the right place. And of course, now you need teams to make stuff. Yeah, I know that's HTML. That's not really code, but stock image, whatever. Yes, I'm the guy who says HTML isn't proper code. And yes, I know there's a tiny little bit of JavaScript in there. That doesn't count either. You people who bloat up software with your 2 gigabytes of JavaScript libraries make me puke. I did say this is going to be unfiltered. Glad I got that off my chest. Now I'll be fired by anyone who wanted me to do JavaScript. That's fine with me. I don't want to do JavaScript anyway. Who likes JavaScript? Anyone like JavaScript here? Yeah. You better not say a word. Anyway, the point is that although video games might have been perceived as frivolous, they're now part of a huge industry. And when you have a huge industry, you start to attract opposition. Yeah? And so one of the things that happens is that you get political commentators, politicians, and media figures start to blame this industry or this culture or the subculture for any number of societal ills. In this case, we're talking about gun violence. But us in the games industry started to ask the question of ourselves. Are we doing this? Is this us? Are we actually causing violence? It was very serious. I had to ask myself the question, am I in an industry that's hurting people? Now, to answer that, we need to travel backwards in time from the present day. And let's start with TikTok, that destroyer of children's attention spans. Or is it? Who likes TikTok? It's not a trick question. Anyone actually like TikTok? No one's going to admit to it, are they? I'm going to tell you that TikTok's absolutely great. Why? Because you see the entire spectrum of human ability, from the utterly pointless to the degenerate to the sublime to the insanely talented. The entire spectrum of humanity, minus some of the obscene bits, providing the AI gets them quickly enough, is presented there. And so, for example, do you want to see me breakdance? Because I learned how to breakdance off TikTok. You don't want to see me breakdance? You don't? You do want to see me breakdance? Well, I can't breakdance, but I'm just trying. Look, I'm trying to prove a point here. If I wanted to breakdance, all I'd have to do is go on TikTok, and free videos available. I probably couldn't learn to program off it, but I could learn to program off YouTube. So people are very quick to attack something like this, but actually it's just a portal. It's a portal for human ability, for human expression. That's all it is. The technology is neutral. It's up to us how we use it. Let's go back a bit further, and here we have our overlords with the 1994 Public Order Act, and they are demonizing the emission of a succession of repetitive beats. Basically, they're trying to clamp down on trance music. But I ask you, isn't a heartbeat just a succession of repetitive beats? Aren't whirling dervishes, this Sufi tradition of 1,000 years, aren't they just whirling to an internal rhythm? And what does that do? What does dancing do? Dancing to trance music specifically. If you do it for long enough, puts you into a trance. That's why it's called trance music. Is that bad? No. It's not bad because trance is just a higher form of consciousness. Why would people not want you to experience a higher degree of consciousness? Why would they be against that? Doesn't make any sense. But trance music was being blamed for a whole succession of things. And obviously, it's completely stupid to do this, but it got enshrined in law. Doom was attacked because the perpetrators of the Columbine atrocity talked about Doom, or they were heard to talk about Doom. But what they didn't ask is what else they were doing. I mean, there was no causal link between them playing Doom and them carrying out that tragic act. Heavy metal has, over the years, been accused of being a demonic influence. That if you played certain tracks backwards, you'd hear Hail Satan or whatever. I mean, you know what? You go down any city centre on a Saturday night, you'll hear Hail Satan forwards, never mind backwards. Very recently, I played D&D for the first time in my life. Any D&D players in the house? Yeah. You know what's funny is that when it came out, very soon after, it was being attacked for inspiring suicidal ideation, demon worship, child abuse, Satanism. D&D. Now, the lights are on me. Can you see any horns? I've played a few times. I've been checking in a mirror. Definitely no horns. I don't feel compelled to worship Satan. In fact, I quite enjoy D&D, and I'm sure lots of people safely do. What's the point? The point is, they're going to pick on something. Anything they can't control, anything that people enjoy, they're going to pick on something. Going back to 76 and the Sex Pistols, this is from God Save the Queen. We are the flowers in your dustbin. That's the line from that incredible song. No disrespect meant to our recently departed monarch. My point here is that the whole purpose of youth is to rebel. Youth is creativity. Youth is fire. Youth is chaos. Youth is uncontrollable. Youth is the search of the new in the face of the old. Youth has always been that way. We need that. Otherwise, nothing ever changes. Can you imagine if all we ever had was millennia of Tories drifting ever rightwards? Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, got political again. Anyway, further back. Look at this, Death Race. Can you imagine this game was blamed for being absurdly violent and inspiring death and destruction? Seriously? I mean, can you make out those pixels? I can't for the life of me make out what is going on there. And I'm from the old school as it gets. For me, those were advanced graphics, but, you know. Point being, that if you honestly think this can inspire violence, then you're the one in a trance. And then, of course, the king, who was outraging American public decency because of his outrageous moves. And you got to ask yourself what he would have made a Cardi B. So my point is, we've had moral panics throughout history over just about everything that the old doesn't understand. But the whole purpose of the young is to oppose the old. The old doesn't like the new. That's the way it's always been. And it's all nonsense and has been proven to be nonsense again and again and again. So no, we don't cause violence. We are not bad for you. In fact, I'm going to show you soon how we're very, very good for you indeed. And yes, this is us. We are free of that accusation. So how did the change happen? Yeah, this woke a lot of people up, didn't it? It woke a lot of people up through isolation. And people came face to face with questions that they never thought they'd have to ask. Terrible questions. And one of the things that we did when we were confused and alone and scared was we asked the question, what does the science say? We did this relentlessly. It became like a mantra. What does the science say? And so, because people were playing video games so much more during this period, and because it was their escape, because it was their comfort, because it was their therapy, it became sensible to ask the question, what does the science say about video games? And what does it say? I mean, because despite the repeated efforts of these moral outrage merchants over decades and decades and decades to try to use science to establish a causal link between video game violence and real world violence. No such causal link has ever been established. Again and again and again, studies and meta-studies have not only shown that there's no causal link, but they're starting to show the opposite. We're going to find out for sure, we're going to do the study in double blind and we're going to show these video games really, really bad. Okay, you've had 2 years. What was the result of your study? They're really good for you, actually. Oh, okay. So that's one study, but it happened again and again and again and again and again. So these studies that ostensibly are meant to prove that video games are bad for you end up proving that actually they're really good for you. Really, really good for you. Here's one study, 2014. So playing 2-player games, co-op, puzzle, for smokers reduced their cravings massively, because apparently the nicotine reward centers are the same reward centers as for doing well in a co-op puzzle game. It's crazy. So not only are playing video games not bad habits to have, they actually help you break bad habits. This is stunning. University of Washington Harborview Burn Center got severe burn victims to play a VR game called Snow World. And the data showed that they were able to ignore their pain in VR 92% of the time. Now, let me tell you something about real medicine. Real medicine is never this efficacious. I'm on statins, for example. Statins are meant to reduce your cholesterol. And the theory is that in reducing your cholesterol and improving your lipid profile overall, that they reduce the risk of cardiac disease and perhaps even reduce the possibility of stroke. But what they talk about is the percentage of efficacy is actually a relative percentage. And so the overall percentage is actually tiny. So my chances of avoiding a heart attack because I'm taking statins is probably less than 1/100th of 1%. Yeah, that's scary, but that's effective. Why? Because if you apply it to a huge population, those numbers start to add up, and suddenly you're saying, well, we had 250 million people who had muscle pains and whose quality of life was slightly affected, but we saved, 5,000 lives overall in 1 billion people, or I don't know what the numbers are, but they're actually very tiny compared to this. This is 92% effective while in this mode of therapy. And after they played, they felt a 50% total pain reduction. Listen, I've had operations all over my abdomen, and I'm telling you, morphine wasn't that good. I was begging to have more. I was in that much pain. So that wasn't efficacious. Yeah, there's a limit to what real medicine can do. This is employing the full mechanism of belief. It's not placebo. There's double-blind studies that are proving this stuff again and again and again. And of course, most of you, I'm sure, will be familiar with the very famous Oxford University Tetris study that showed that if people who'd just experienced a trauma or been exposed to traumatic images immediately played Tetris, that the effects of PTSD were reduced dramatically. And that people who did so in the future experienced 50% fewer flashbacks, which is a stunning finding. And my favorite of all, that kids who were just about to undergo surgery, when given handheld games to play, felt virtually zero anxiety compared to the control group, who were all anxious, who wouldn't be about to be administered anesthetic and to go under the knife. Absolutely stunning. The other thing is, of course, that video games are making people fitter as well. Who's played Beat Saber? Anyone played Beat Saber? Pistol Whip? Anything in VR? Have you played, what is that? Ring Fit. Ring Fit's amazing. Anyone play Ring Fit during the pandemic on the Switch? Yes, no? Cool, cool. That's amazing. Me and my family played Ring Fit during the pandemic, and it was a lot of fun. Really, really clever game. So the verdict is in. Video games are good for you. So please do play. Colin, I'm really sorry, but these are the wrong slides, so I'm going to wing it. That's fine. I've been winging it anyway. Have you read this quote before? McGonagall's quote? It's a bit, bit saccharine, but she's making a good point. And the point I want to make is it took me 40 years to get here in the video games industry. And I just wish my dad was still alive to see that making monkeys dance on the screen can actually heal people. Yeah, definitely the wrong slides, mate. Sorry. That's all right. We'll wing it. It's all fine. I did say I was going to do the casual version. If I'd been doing stiff and formal, I would have walked off in the strop. Good job, Glasgow crowd. So the question is, what can I do about it? I've been writing a series of posts about meaning in video games. And Mike Wilson, who still is, I guess, one of the co-founders of Devolver Digital, and an absolute hero and legend in the video games industry. I'm sure at least one person in this room knows who Mike Wilson is. Yes? One person. I need one person to say yes, or I'm walking. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good, good. So Mike's a legend in the industry, and he reached out to me. We'd worked together when I was at PlayStation. And he said, I'm working on something that I think might touch upon your posts about meaning. I said, okay. You had me at hello. So him and another wonderful gentleman, Ryan Douglas, who's worked in the medical devices field for a long time. They're both phenomenally successful men. And from complete opposite worlds decided to team up and see if perhaps video games could be therapy, and even better, could perhaps even be medicinal, which would be absolutely stunning. That's what the company's been set up to work out, see if we can get that to happen. And that for me is one of the most meaningful changes that there has ever been. So I want to talk to you very quickly about family. Let's start with me, because it's all about me, isn't it? That's why I'm up here after all. I went through several periods of severe depression. And the best medicine I ever took for depression was Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I played it for 2 hours a day for 18 months, because 18 months is how long it took me to get out of that depression. When I started playing Modern Warfare, I started playing online, I got called terrorist, Packy, terrorist, Packy, Packy terrorist. You get the picture. Per many 2 from 2 and 2 to the 2 and whatever. Anyway, any filthy name that I could be called, I was called. And I guess I'm not going to say I'm asking for it. My PlayStation Network handle is Muslim, right? So I don't know who I am. But you know what was sweet? Was being able to go to the PlayStation Network team and say, can you ban these motherfuckers, please? And them saying, no problem. Boop. Then they'd set up a new account and write to me, please, that was my brother. That was my cousin. Oh no, my account got hacked. Yeah, nice try. Anyway, so Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I'm playing and I'm getting battered. and I'm playing and I'm getting battered, and I'm playing, I'm getting battered. And I'm fighting. I'm not fighting against people in the game. I'm fighting my ego, because my ego has been crushed by my work, and I fucking hate my work. It's depressing. It's soul destroying. This is 2008, 2009. And I'm thinking, is this what life amounts to? Going into work, wearing a suit, doing this account management bullshit? My life has come to nothing, which of course was not true. But that is where my mind took me. And if anyone's familiar with depression, it's not when you're at your most mindful, and it's not when you're asking yourself the most productive questions. But those are the questions I was asking myself. And every time I got killed, say the same thing. I'm useless. Fuck this. I'm useless. Can't do anything. Can't even play video games anymore. That's how lame I've become. But you know what happened? 2 hours a day of practice will make anyone improve. Anyone. Even an old, worn-out account manager like me. And after 18 months, I'll tell you what I was doing. I was going online. I was playing the warehouse level. And I was fucking winning every single time. Yeah. I might be brown. I might be a packy. I'm fucking kicking your 15-year-old ass. So once I started doing that, 5 minutes, no problem. I wouldn't say I was healed overnight. It took 18 months because my mind was shifting as the game was shifting. And I just want to say, play isn't like other forms of entertainment. It really isn't. All human children need play. We all develop through play, and grown-ups need it too. We all got caught up in the world of productivity. Got to be 10 times more productive. And I say to hell with all of that, because we've forgotten to play. We've forgotten to sleep. We've forgotten to laugh. We've forgotten to love. We've forgotten to hug. We've forgotten to be hugged. We've forgotten to reach out. We've forgotten to be reached. And it's not TikTok that's done that to us. It's having to work 3 jobs so you can heat and eat. That's what it's about. That's the real picture here. Play is not what's ruined things. Play has helped us. And see, this is what gives me the greatest pleasure. To finally, after 40 years, to be able to stand up in front of a group of developers and say, guess what? You're going to make the world a great place. And I'm really, really happy about that. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you. Don't worry. Don't worry. We have an accommodating guy behind the bar that's let us run over. I think you agree that was worth it. Thank you so much, Shahid. Give him a big round of applause, please. Sorry, these lights are insanely bright. Okay, that was an amazing talk. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our speakers. I think you'll agree they've all been absolutely fantastic. We've had an array of visiting publishers. We've had the BFI. We've had Scottish developers. We've had all sorts of people. I think they've been absolutely amazing. Please give all of our speakers from today a big round of applause, please. As a number of you know that have been coming to these events over the I'm going to say years, because they started a year or two before COVID, so that automatically now makes it like 4 or 5 years, yeah? you've been coming to them for a number of years. When I first started doing it, it was just, there was no budget. It was just me. I was funding these things myself. There's a limit to how long you can keep doing that for while it's sustainable. And what I'm really grateful for is that the good these events did, the benefit of getting us all together, the benefit of being able to attract people like the BFI and all the publishers and amazing speakers like Anissa and Shahid up was recognised. And there's now a bunch of sponsors that have got involved in this event and have made it happen and are making it sustainable. So once again, I would like to thank Creative Scotland, InGame, Excelbyte, local company Blazing Griffin, who sent a bunch of people along. Hello, Blazing Griffin. Firestoke, Pocket Sized Hands, Glitchers, Ninja Kiwi, Hyperluminal Games, Escape Technology, Sheridan's, Johnston Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. They paid for the drinks. Thank you. I also want to thank our volunteers. So we had Sean, Ruben, and Olivia check everyone in super efficiently. They've been all this week. They've come to Dundee, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. They've been amazing. Thank you so much to them. Please give them a big round. Mark up in the audio desk at the back. He was only roped into this last week. Our previous sound engineer caught COVID. Mark stepped in at the last minute. Thank you so much, Mark. This is harder work than you realize, I think, but thank you. And Sarah, that's been running around taking photographs and videos. Thank you very much. Please give her a big round as well, please. Although I've put a lot of work into this, there's actually more thanks due to another person that happens to be in the room tonight. Sorry to embarrass you, but my wife is sitting over there, and it's her that has to put up with me working insane hours and weekends and on holiday and everything. I'm so sorry, but thank you to you for letting me make this happen. Thank you, Jenny. This seems to have been a bit of a success, so I kind of need to rope myself into doing it again. I'm thinking maybe do it again in April if people are up for it. What do you think? Let's do it in April. Everyone, thank you so much for coming along tonight. This has been great. I normally say if you want to come along to the next city, come along tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's in Belfast. You're welcome. If you have bought a ticket tonight and you want to come to Belfast tomorrow, you know, come along. Drinks are on me. A little bit more difficult, but genuinely, when we do this again, if you want to move around the cities, that's amazing. I always want speakers, particularly from different cities, so everyone can meet folk they haven't met before. So do come along to the Dundee or Edinburgh ones, or all three, or any which two you want. That would be great. On your way out, if you can, as I ruin my phone, if you can recycle your lanyards, the folk that checked you in will take your lanyards off you. The bar needs to close up, so they're asking if we can all move upstairs, please. We need to pack up, so I'm not sure I'll see you for a drink, but I hope to see you all again soon. Thank you so much for coming along. Good night.